Hello everyone and welcome in Italy. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022 and today we have round 2. In fact, today we have double rounds, so round 2 and round 3. We have all day chess here in Sardinia and we will be your commentators for this event. Grandmaster Evgeny Miroshnichenko and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili. Hello.
Well, you are so energetic, Keti. Yeah, so 2 rounds today, 1 have started a few minutes ago, and then the other one will be scheduled as normal, 3:30 local time. Yeah, so round 2, already I can see some, you know, pretty tough matchups even for the favorites. We had some surprising results even in round 1, but today, you know, I can see they are almost evenly matched on the top board, so expect a lot of fight. And how hard will it be for the players as well? Okay, not talking about us commentators surviving double round, but also for them, it'll be
They're
really,
young,
really
they have
tough
energy.
day.
It's a round 2 only. So far, like at the breakfast, all of them looked quite fresh. None of them looked sleepy. I saw also some of the players were having breakfast and also still looking for some variations with their tablets on the side.
That amazes me. Like they have such an appetite for preparation that give them a chance, and in between sleep and during the meals they'll be preparing.
Indeed. So we were talking about the results of the last round, first round, in fact, yesterday, and we had at least one draws each section, in girls section and open section, on the top boards.
Yeah.
On the top 3 boards we had draws. So there was a bit of upset of the round, but this is 11 rounds tournament, so still everything is ahead of those 2 participants' favorites of rating. We can see on the second board in open section, Arseny Nesterov made a draw with lower rated players, and also in the girls section we have Mariam Mikrotichin, who was a sensation some month ago when she won European Championship under 18 with 11 out of 11, and she made a draw against a 1964 player. That's also a bit of upset, but as we mentioned, 10 more rounds to go, and all the things are ahead of the players. For the moment, we can see the playing venue of the girls and the first board here in this match. This is how the pairings looks today. And as you mentioned, actually, in fact, look at this girls section, international master against another international master. Both of them?
No, I don't think so. It's probably something off with the graphics, because if you pay attention, it says equal ratings.
Women international master, yes, women international master. We have the players from Kazakhstan playing first and second board. We're talking a lot about the chess booming in Kazakhstan, especially for girls, and we already have both 2 players on the top boards. Shall we start to see what's going on?
Yeah, we can check what the opening looks like on the top boards. Well, might as well start with the girls. Yeah, so new addition, new feature added to our broadcast. It's the evaluation bar. I don't know if it will be helpful, because
I like it.
sometimes it's actually quite misleading. Yes. I have to say, but yeah, nevertheless, at least makes our job easier. So before that, to evaluate the position, I would have to calculate pieces, count pieces on the board, and so now you just look at the thing.
Yeah, it's more exciting, but there have been times there was a big question if it was the most accurate evaluation, because we might have not correct leads from the engine as well.
Okay, so solid stuff. Catalan opening, G3, Bishop E7, Bishop G2, castles. A solid. I think it goes by the name closed variation of the Catalan. Open variation would be with D takes C4 right here, or even earlier. Yeah, so C6 is super solid. Black kind of says, I want to take now. I want to take now, and then I will have access to B7, B5, and so on. White, however, doesn't really mind this, goes knight C3, because if you capture on C4, white still gets the pawn back by means of knight E5, and then we'll capture on C4 eventually. Right, so knight C3 I think, the last move being played, and yeah, that's the current position on the board.
Yeah, black is taking here some time because, as we mentioned, c4 pawn for the moment might not be hanging anymore, and white just centralized the pieces, and at some point white might just try to play in the center.
Yeah, white usually tries to get e2, e4 in, but also has to mind the the c4 pawn. For black, usually you would develop the knight to d7, play b7, b6, put the bishop on b7, and eventually try to play c6, c5. So, right, and this system is quite solid for black, but also I would argue like it's not the best offense weapon. If you want to play for a win with black, so this doesn't really give you that much room to play for a win.
All right, a5 has been just played from black.
a5?
Yeah, a5.
How do I get this updated?
Just a move over there. Yeah.
a5. Okay. a5 is a trendy line, I have to say. So the idea behind it is, I mean, it's few ideas. Let's put it this way. So b5 is what black wants. Sometimes he would even sacrifice the pawn by playing b5. And then, yeah, like say, I had a game recently where I played knight d2 protecting the c4 pawn, and then my opponent went b5. And it lines up pretty well for black, so something, I don't quite remember, was it queen b6, I guess, yeah, and bishop a6, and you play knight b1, and then he, as far as I remember, he simply went knight c6, didn't even take on b5, just went knight c6, so black has, access to b4 square, white has difficulties developing, so all in all, black has enough compensation for the pawn. Usually. Right,
yeah. a5, I like this move.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, also in some cases, white can also try to play b3 to guard c4 pawn.
Yeah,
always
and then a5 is useful because you'll play a4 somewhere.
Somewhere, right? Yes.
Right. So shall we check the other game?
We can actually check what is happening on the first board of the open section.
All right.
Because this is a really tough match indeed, and Esipenko had a bit of difficulties yesterday. It was a very long game for him, and he got lucky. He was. We said like there is no luck in this kind of games, but he fought so much that he won in the end.
Right. So today he's facing international master, I believe, from India. 24-30 is his opponent's rating, so Esipenko, once again, he will be huge Elo favorite in every game, but it doesn't really reflect the, doesn't really reflect the level of his opponents, because when we are talking about players as young as our players, right, some of them, they just didn't get their rating up to their strength.
Right.
Okay, so what happens in Esipenko's game is e4, c5, knight f3, d6. And interestingly, nowadays, developing the bishop to b5 after d6 or knight c6 almost became the main line, right? I mean, we used to say that main line in Sicilian, pretty much any Sicilian, is connected with d4, right? Otherwise you are playing the sideline. But if you compare recently, like after knight c6, I think bishop b5 is even more popular. After d6, maybe not so much, but yeah, people experiment lately with a check on b5 with, I don't know, d4 and take with the queen, and so on. Okay. So
yeah, as a Sicilian player, I play Sicilian and I love it very much. I find it very annoying where my opponents play bishop to b5, because when you start to play Sicilian, you are ready for open very sharp positions,
Right.
where the chances are 50-50, and very often there is a decisive result. And with bishop b5, here things goes a little bit in a way as white can control, to go with a sharp line or to go with more like slow game. And with black, you don't want that when you choose to play Sicilian. You want to fight.
It's like you can't really unbalance the game unless you're taking too much risk.
Right.
Yeah. Speaking of unbalancing or, I don't know, taking risk, I think knight d7, which is, I think, to go move with, for the top players as well. Like if you check the Sicilian experts, Maxime Graf, these guys, they do play knight d7 after the check, which keeps me wondering what's wrong with good old bishop d7, which is a little bit boring, I understand, but seems to be very solid. Anyway, knight to d7 is one of the 3 ways to block against this check. Bishop a4. And this is, sort of a tricky move. As far as I understand, you play bishop a4 in order to meet a6 with c4, is it right? I'm not even sure, like, why would you move the bishop first when it's not attacked yet? I know the line's very fashionable, that they do play bishop a4. So bishop a4, knight f6, castles, offering a pawn sacrifice on e4, which was not accepted. I presume after knight takes, you just play rook e1, and then something along the lines of d4, just open the position up, and you have some compensation for the pawn for sure. So this didn't happen. Black instead chose to play g6.
At this point, early bishop c4 here kept the resource to play after a6, which might transpose to the very same position for black. After a6, white can play c4 and avoid b5, to centralize
a6, c4.
To control the center, and then you have this move of d4 to get more space in the center. So it's quite tricky here. So black choose to play g6, right?
g6. Okay, so g6, queen e2. Now perhaps you need to defend the pawn. Bishop g7, c3, castles, d4. And interestingly, black went e5. Also done it relatively quickly, I want to say. e5, d takes e5, and then might seem that, you've played d5, you probably know what you're doing after what your opponent takes, but not really play with the black pieces, e-thinking, and I can kind of understand the reason behind. Because if you take with the pawn, which seems like a natural recapture, one of the options for white, as far as I know, is all of a sudden to play c3, c4. So you're creating this symmetrical setup in the center, but the trick is that, the pieces are not the same, sort of, right? This knight can easily go to c3 and d5, and black already played the knight to d7, so the knight is not getting to d4 anytime soon. And also, if you compare the respective bishops, like light square bishop for white and dark square bishop for black, right? Light square bishop for white can be traded and also arguably is more active than the bishop on g7. So I think despite the structure being symmetrical, this is somewhat more pleasant for white at the very least. So maybe black considers to capture with the knight here instead. Right. To trade off a pair of knights, which probably makes his task easier a little bit, but still, very pleasant position for white after just 10 moves. So Yosipenko is well prepared, or I don't know, maybe we can say his opponent is not that aware of little subtleties of this line. Anyway, right. So shall we go on and check what else do we have?
We can check out the second board.
Yeah, second board,
against
since
Mox.
since Nesterov made the draws one, I moved to second board. So Elo favorites playing white on boards 1 and 2. So here I believe it's an English opening. Yeah, started as c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. So English opening for knights e4. That's interesting. Bishop b4, d3, a3. Oh, well, doesn't look that promising, if you ask me. But yeah, but people do play it. Bishop e3, bishop e2, knight a4. Basically getting some really, really strange structure. If you swap on e3, it does resemble some Giocopiano Italians, right?
Right.
Does resemble some Giocopiano Italians the structure in the center. But yeah, white gets some space on queen side. Probably can try to claim to be a little bit better.
Yeah, and black is the one who is using most of the time.
Yeah.
You can see white is blitzing out, has 3 minutes increment on the clock, so seems like white is having nice preparation here. I would like to suggest to go to the next board.
Sure, board 3, right?
Board 3, very interesting position. B5 has been just played here by black, and to my eyes, I don't know this theory, probably it's a theory, the pawn on B5 is simply hanging.
Yeah, but I don't think he blundered the pawn, right? I mean, the b7, b5 being the last move, so obviously it's a pawn sacrifice, and we can check what the justification for it. The line is f3. Okay. So instead of the much more common knight c3 move, white goes f3. Point being, he tries to build some sort of a Marozzi setup with c4, knight c3 later on, and so on. Yeah. So e5, knight to b3, bishop e6, and then black is ready for d6, d5 if you allow it. So c4, bishop to e3, b5. So if white takes b5, and white probably has to, well, it looks like, then I guess it's a4 first, drive the knight away, don't know where it goes, c1 or d2, and then maybe just d5. Open the center. Yeah, in some cases the bishop jumps to b4. He gets an interesting, interesting compensation, a lot of initiative, right?
You're getting rid of this d6 pawn. So I just check out, there is a game in database, David Paravian. A lot of people knows this name, as he's very good online player, and also won some of the over-the-board events. After b5, white took on b5. a4 has been played, knight went on d2, and black struck in the center with d5.
Yeah, d5.
So here now, if e takes d5, knight takes d5, and a bishop on e3 is hanging, and this gives black a lot of time to improve the position. Here probably knight d7, bishop c5 will trade the dark square bishop. So white went for bishop d3 instead of
taking.
Instead of taking. And at this point, black just don't move the pawns in the center with d4 or d takes c4. He played knight to d7. And here after castle, bishop to c5.
Bishop c5 anyway.
Yes, and at this point, black is the one who gets some initiative. Here after bishop takes c5, knight takes c5. White struggles in development, also in the center. And of course, this was worth it to sacrifice the pawn on b5 to get such a great game with black pieces.
So I'm actually thinking, I said, white should take on b5, but maybe he shouldn't. Maybe in fact, you just play knight d2 and, exchange some stuff so that at least you're able to finish the development. Yeah. An interesting opening choice by Leon Mendonca. It's the player who won this game of the day yesterday. Remember this bishop d6, nice tactical trick.
Beautiful, beautiful trick, you guys. If you have not seen it yet, you can take a look of the round first. He made amazing move.
Yeah.
I think brilliant move indeed, and won the game. But his opponent allowed him to do so.
Right.
I think he was not having very best position, but he saw this brilliant tactic.
Okay, so I'm just checking if there is anything like really exciting. But well, usually it still takes some time to develop, you know, to get to some exciting position, because these guys, they obviously know their theory very well, which is good for them, but not a lot for us to talk about, right? Because most of the position, at least on the top boards, will be pretty standard.
Yeah, that's right. Once again, we can remind our viewers that we have 15 minutes delay. So you guys can ask us questions, also write down in the comments in YouTube and Twitch channels, but we are only able to see the comments after 15 minutes. So if you are here for that time, we will answer your questions. And of course, you can also suggest the games and we can take a look at that. My suggestion is to go and check out the game of Di Benedetto Eduardo against Samunenko Igor.
Yeah, but which board is that?
That's just a second, I can tell
I
you.
can see it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, okay.
All right, so that's what, another Catalan or yeah, something like that. C4, B6, it's Queen's Indian in fact, which probably turns Catalan, yeah, after black played C6 and Bishop E7, waiting for white to go Knight C3, then goes D5. So we transposed into this closed Catalan with black's choice being B6 and not A5, right? But we already discussed this position a little bit. Knight to D2. And it's interesting, it became sort of standard nowadays, like Knight D2 with the idea to play E4. So anyway, Knight on F3, it's kind of nice, but at the same time, yeah, you need to support E4 somehow. It used to be a nice trick, if I remember well. Yeah, like this, E4, and then if black is not careful, if black plays Knight D7, I mean, just to mention, that Knight C6 wins for white, interestingly. And you take, you take on D5, bishop goes to B7, and then D6 wins the piece back, because when black captures on G2, you have an intermediate take on E7, and white spawn up and much better.
I love games
so
like that.
95, yeah, 95 would be... But yeah,
unfortunately, not happening to me.
I don't think,
past few years, but
I don't think after 95 black would allow this. Anyway, so Knight D2, A5, but this allows white to play E4. Okay, takes, bishop A6, B3. Right. Knight E2, and black decided to take. Bishop B2. I want to say black takes a lot of risk, a lot of strategic risk by accepting this pawn sacrifice, because now he has to lose some time moving the queen away, probably all the way to A7, and then he's still going to struggle with his development, because, yeah, like say something like rook A to C1 maybe, just keep an eye on the C6 pawn, it'll be not so pleasant for black. So I wonder if Igor's idea to actually take this pawn was all that clever.
Yeah, although this is a central pawn, it gives white so many opportunities to develop the pieces and to play over these weaknesses with just a very simple moves like rook C1, rook D1, H4 somewhere there, just just to play there. And black is struggling to develop the knight from b8.
Yeah. So good thing for black is that e5 is so far not that dangerous, right? But it might change actually, right?
I'm thinking about, let's say, rook to c1, first to stack the knight on b8, and then to play knight to g4 and to start the very unpleasant kingside attack. Let's say a4 here,
a4
and knight g4.
And knight g4. And yeah, and probably that's the moment where black actually has to give up the c pawn, go knight d7, and then then white is simply slightly better, I'm guessing, given by trading on f6, taking back the pawn. Right, so Catalan, it's very popular nowadays. Okay, so shall we check board 16, where I think one of the two girls playing in the open section, right?
That's right, and in fact, Chinese player Xu Jiner won yesterday against FIDE Master, so that's a very good start for her. And her rating is amazing. It's really amazing, very close to B25, and maybe one of the goals of hers can be to cross 25 barrier for this year.
So wait a second. Where does it put? I'm not following kind of women's top list lately. Where does it put her? Like 2484, rating of 2484. Is she like top 20?
Oh, she's one of the top players in the world, top junior players. In fact, I was curious how many of the top players are playing here at this event. And in women's section, only 2 players of top 10 are playing at the event. And as I remember, Zhu is also one of those girls, but she recently had very good event at the Grand Prix, and now she just chose to play here in open section.
All right, so what happens here is we play the French defense and an offbeat move, 97, and this knight goes to c6. Yeah, that's something very, very original. Knight f3, b6, queen e2. Yeah, castles, b3, trade on d4.
Back to the topic. I just checked right now the rating list of October 2022. In fact, Zhu Jiner is the first rated junior.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I wasn't talking about juniors, but she must be in top 20 women rating list. Yes, exactly.
So yeah, that's pretty amazing that she chose. And to be honest, I don't remember her winning the tournaments of World Junior.
No, she didn't.
No, I don't.
But she simply decided to play in open section. Yeah, it's fine. Who can be against it? All right. So, anything we should take a look specifically? A lot of games. It's
tons of games, really.
It's really hard to keep track of what's going on where. Right.
I might suggest one of the games, and let me take a look. Which board is it? In the girls section, we have a game. Okay,
just let me know.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Something.
The board is important to check out.
And here we fell asleep, right?
Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, I'll just...
Oh, wait, I just found it. Board 7 in the girls section.
Okay.
Yeah. So this game has been very interesting, as we already had this kind of pawn structure yesterday in the open section. A cospat structure, and just a move before white decided to push b4 to start this very well-known pawn attack on the queen side. And we can actually take a look from this point.
Yeah, bishop d6. That's a known setup. It used to be quite popular a few years back. Then probably white found some ways of fighting for initiative. Castles, c6, bishop f4. That's an interesting one. Bishop f4. So at first glance it seems that, yeah, I can take and double the pawns, and then d4 is a little bit weak, but in fact the threat of f4, f5, which is like always there, it's very, very unpleasant. And also the fact that the knight supported on e5. Remember we were talking yesterday about this knight on e5. Right, so the exchange on f4 is not favorable. Black goes queen c7, in fact tries to force white to trade on d6. White refuses for now, so he goes queen d2, once again says like, if you want to take, I'll take back with the pawn. h6, probably to stop some knight g5s. b to b4, castles and rook to b1. Still has to be quite solid for black, I want to say. Only thing I'm not sure is this h6 move, to be honest, because eventually, as far as I understand, with black, you wouldn't mind going to g4, h5, and g6 with the bishop. So that's usually the way to challenge white on this diagonal, so that the light square bishop ends up being on g6. And since you've played h6, it's much harder to do.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the position.
That's the position. At this point, we have at least 3 games in the database, what I can see. And rook b1 is not considered to be the best according to the engines for some reason. At this point, black can actually take the bishop on f4 and ruin this pawn structure of white's. And now to play knight to b6. You know, just get ready. There is no f5.
Yeah, so that the bishop is not trapped. Yeah.
And then what black can do here is to bring the knight on c4 to get more space advantage on the queen side. So probably white has to play knight e5 here to avoid that.
Knight e5, yeah, maybe. Still, I would think it's a playable position for white. It's not like black has fully equalized. So. It's one way of playing, of course, yeah, taking on f4. But right. I don't know if black can still wait for one. Like, okay. By the way, what happens if I just force you to exchange? Or at least I hope to force you to exchange on d6. Maybe this is not that bad, because yes, I understand white gets what he wants, but how dangerous it is. Right. Because nowadays, I think they've learned how to fight against this minority attack. You go to b5, black will trade, and he will end up with only one weakness on c6, which is possible to defend. So that's, I understand knight h5 might be the boring move, but also must be pretty solid.
Yeah. When I play this kind of positions with white, I'm always looking for moves like b5, and I consider it to be a bit tricky for me, because after b5...
Like black playing b5 and then getting the knight to c4.
I don't like this knight on c4.
Yeah. Well, actually, maybe black can just do this. Like go b5 right here, and then knight b6, knight to c4. So this is once again a little bit slower positional game. Do we have any like crazy attacks, or it's too early? It's too early.
That's
too
what
early.
We want.
Too early in terms of moves, and also too early in terms of the actual time. Maybe people do not like to attack each other at 10 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, creativity is postponed till afternoon, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking some random boards here and there. Did we check like board 2, board 3 in ladies section? Yeah, not yet. So in board 2, bishop b5 checks Sicilian once again. Bishop b5 checks Sicilian, and this is the answer to my question: what happens if black plays bishop d7? Right. So white trades, goes castles. Yeah, but black takes with the knight. I thought queen d7 was considered to be a bit more solid. Here it's all fine, right?
Yeah, I think I scored. And I found the very crazy attack. Let's see this game, and then we can take a...
It's yesterday's game.
It's yesterday?
Yeah, no?
No,
No,
it's live.
it's live. Wait a second, tell me. Because we had a game yesterday exactly like this. Okay, tell me which board is
It's board 29 in the girls section.
Yeah.
Very interesting one, and we have to catch up right away because this game might end very soon.
Board 29.
Salagoilia
No,
from
I'll
Italy.
just find it here. Wait a second. So
With
board
yeah,
29.
There we go.
No, it's so funny, seriously, because yesterday it wasn't the same, but black really fell for exactly same trap. Bishop h7, and yeah, let us show it quickly.
It was in Karakan.
So it was Karakan, or I mean, depends on how you look at it, because whenever the bishop is on f4, you can always say it was London system.
Yeah.
It's
London
it transposes. No, it can be transposed from the London system, the same position. So e6, knight f3, and this is a little bit, simplistic way for black to play like that. Yeah, you are solid, but the position is not very attractive. Like rook e1, rook e8, knight e5, and yeah, and black just played knight d7, stepping right into this bishop h7 check line. The point being, king takes, queen h5, of course, wins for white, because white wins all the material, right? Queen f7, and then take the rook with a check as well. And
what a lovely trick here, or blunder for black, that our viewers usually like to remember.
Yeah, no, but look, it's so unfortunate because it wasn't there. Like white went knight e5. I understand white's position is probably better by that point, but he's not threatening this, right?
Yeah.
So black,
in fact, there's no threats at this point. Everything is well guarded.
This was protected, and h7 was protected. So in fact, black needed specifically those two moves to allow the combination. Like, say you play rook e8, knight e5, and you play another move. Okay, maybe you're worse, but you're not losing immediately.
You're not. In fact, here, after rook e8, black wanted to open up the center with e5 to develop the bishop. The problem here for black is the bishop on c8, right? So she wanted to play e5 and develop the bishop from that way. And then after knight e5, it's blocked now, and she came up with the idea to challenge this knight with knight d7, and that when
and then bishop h7 happened.
All the mess started.
Yeah, bishop h7, so black went king f8, queen h5, white is a pawn up. He probably forces black to take on e5 because f7 is threatened, right? So you probably take on e5 with one of the knights, maybe this knight. You move the queen away, but yeah, white's pawn up, his attack continues. Yeah, it's very, very sad.
You can't ask any better position for this early morning for white.
Yeah, like win quickly and go sleep, right?
Yeah. The bed will be still warm for white for sure. Another interesting position, maybe we can take a look at girls section again, board 20.
Board 20, yeah, we do have it. Well, that's something that looks familiar.
So it's actually after queen g4, white attacked the pawn on his e6, and black ignored that threat. And
so those are last two moves, like rook d8, queen g4, castles.
And she gives up the pawn on e6 with a check. How tempting it is to take this pawn.
Yeah, of course you want to take this pawn. Well, that's first instinct, but then could it be that white can't control kind of his gains because f4 is now hanging, right? Because of some queen e1 tricks. I wanted to illustrate this, but then I realized any move that makes sense probably stops stops knight f4. Right? But yeah, but what do you play? In fact, like what, knight c3? Black can just take the pawn back. So bottom line is black has quite an initiative for this pawn. It's a knight d4, you know, maybe knight d4 is an actual threat. Knight d4 and then knight c2, right?
Yes.
That's also here.
Also, white has this not developed queenside pieces, and there are a lot of lines, like for now I can't really work it out, none of these lines, but there is an issue of the back rank too.
Yeah, but
So-
that's what I'm saying. Like knight f4 and like you take with the bishop and some stuff will happen, like on the back rank. Maybe you can try to do this, bishop d5, rook d5. But then e5 is hanging, right? Because once again the f pawn is pinned, so you'll have to spend more time, like moving the rook to g1 or what? Yeah, this looks not so pleasant for white. How did it came about this position? So queen g4, castle. Yeah, maybe you don't actually take on e6. Maybe what you do is try to finish the development somehow. I don't know. Knight c3. Who knows? Knight c3. Right. But then black once again can take. And if you happen to take on e6 with the bishop, then I guess, yeah, the back rank issues, as we said. So this drops, and black probably wins the pawn on c3 as well.
So not so easy to find the day move here for white, even to develop your pieces at this point.
Yeah, no, but that's once again, that's an interesting position which illustrates, you know, this conflict which you practically have in every game, like statics against dynamics, right? Because imagine we exchanged, I don't know, the queens, a couple of minor pieces, and white keeps the structure. This bishop on g7 does absolutely nothing, right? I mean, if white manages to keep the structure like this, you can't really develop the bishop. But dynamically, black is much better developed. Right. And therefore, yeah, white is the one who has to be careful. White went with bishop d2. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Bishop d2. And I'm not sure. Well, could be queen b6. Could be queen c5. Well.
Yeah, to target the pawn on b2. This is.
Yeah, you either attack the bishop or you go queen. You go queen b6 and just target the pawn on b2. Really. Well. I don't know. The evaluation bar says that I'm blundering something.
Queen
now
e6
queen
and
e6 and take the
d5.
knight. Yeah.
Ooh.
So that's why. Sorry, not awake yet. So then you are limited to queen c5 or what? Then you're limited to queen c5, attacking the bishop. And yeah, and we'll see how this develops.
Right, the games are heating up in the other positions as well. Very interesting situation in the open section. We can see.
Yeah, just
in mention
the
games,
game and yeah, and
the board 5, Georgian Petriashvili Nichols against Grandmaster from Serbia,
Velimir Ivic. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a Dragon Sicilian, so-called Dragon variation, right? So we can just quickly show it from the very beginning. Yeah, started as knight c3, then knight f3,
so
d4.
tricky.
So eventually it is a Dragon Sicilian like this. Yeah, bishop e3, knight f6, bishop c4, castles, bishop b3. Well, to some it might seem to be mysterious, this move, but yeah, I think by now they kind of agree that's the best move in the position. D7, d6, f3, bishop d7, queen d2, and black went for knight takes, bishop takes, and b5. So very often it would be castles opposite side, and then white will try to, you know, to attack the king with march of the h-pawn. Black tries to create a counterplay on the other wing. So b7, b5 makes a lot of sense then, right? So you are preparing for white's long castle and to have the initiative there. But yeah, white decides, yeah, not castling long, don't feel like castling long, so knight d5 instead to simplify the position a little bit. Knight takes, bishop takes, rook e8, rook c8, c3. All right, and bishop takes d4. Huh. It's interesting that Velimir Ivic spends a lot of time, like if he would be surprised with the opening, right? Because I still think that this is something theoretical, or was theoretical a few moves ago, and yet he almost half an hour. He has spent almost half an hour already. Bishop takes, queen takes d4.
Yeah, I know this Georgian player because we are from the same country, and he is very creative player. Very often he sacrificed pieces for just initiative, not even one pawn, just for initiative. And then the moment you think that no, that why he sacrificed the piece is nothing there, then he put up such a fight that he can manage to save the game, and very often this happens. So I was thinking what he's going to sacrifice in this position, and I see only bishop can be sacrificed
here.
here.
It's not that easy to come up with any sort of sacrifice. I guess if you are talking about some possibility of the attack, it should be connected with h4 and yeah. Well, actually, what black has done, queen c7, is aimed at queen c5 to trade the queens. Usually, black is quite safe in those endgames if those endgames to occur. Let's say white goes h4 and black goes queen c5, and then if you trade the queens or let black trade the queens, then it means the kingside attack is no longer that dangerous, right? Moving the queen away, once again, it's not something you want to be doing with king being stuck in the center. So I guess h4 will be a little bit too much, and white should look for another move. But yeah, nobody wants to, apart from this girl who blundered bishop h7, nobody wants to lose quickly.
No, that's
and
true.
therefore we have like some tough matches here and there. All right. So Nicholas, right next to him on board 4, Volodar Murzin with white. That's one funny position. So Volodar Murzin against Agustin Drouin, I'm guessing. Once again, it's a French name, so you never know.
How it really sounds.
Yeah, knight f3 and bishop d7. That's a tricky line.
Oh, interesting.
That's
right?
a tricky line. Yeah. So they.
I used to play this move.
Uh-huh.
Because this move avoids a lot of main lines, and I found that Carlsen used to play 1 or 2 tournaments. And then I found it very, very interesting because you're basically going to these rouser lines.
Yeah, so 4 knights d6,
yeah.
But instead of playing knight c6, you start with bishop d7. Yeah, I had a game or two like this with black. I remember, I mean, you have to be ready to play some dragon setups, I guess, like after bishop c4. If I'm not mistaken, the move is g6 sooner or later. But anyway, yeah, so the highlight is that you go bishop g7, e6. Wait a second, I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, e6, f4, and I thought the entire point was that you do not play knight c6, no? I think there was like h6 used to be the idea. Anyway, knight c6. Now we are transposed into
the same line and
real.
Yeah, but you have to play in this bishop g5 very sharp position. The variations with bishop d7 first. So if you play that, you are then fine in this position as well.
So queen to d2, h6, bishop takes, queen takes, knight b5, and black castles long. Right, so what's going on? If knight d6, I guess black is just planning to go king b8, then threatening some bishop c8 and so on. e5. wonder if e5 is a possibility at all, because knight takes e5 might be the move. Knight takes e5, if you take, yeah, it's just check, knight e4, and from what I can tell, f5 already wins the piece back, but maybe even like some other moves, and bishop b4, and you're threatening bishop c6 also might be an option. But yeah, f5 just wins the piece back, and black is probably just better.
Yeah, black is happy with this pair of bishop. I'm a bit surprised that black allowed to play knight b5 because in these positions after bishop d7, usually you play a6, not to get the knight on b5. But he really allowed this.
Yeah, after queen d6, yeah, a6, you're absolutely right. That's a main move. But at the
then after
time,
a6, you can't really castle on the long side. You play rook to c8. So in this line, black was prepared for a long castle, and look at his time at this point.
Yeah,
1 hour and 29 minutes. It's still home preparation.
It's clearly a preparation. It's clearly a sign of preparation, and then it's really a pressure on white player, because if you do not take the pawn, then black is absolutely fine, right? Like very next move, he can even play bishop e8 just to guard the pawn. So having two bishops, the king, since we did not play a7, a6, so the king will be safe after, say, king b8. So I think it's quite principled to take the pawn on d6, but then who knows how to continue? Actually, that's a little bit tricky. Maybe you have to go like back with everything, but then black gets tremendous initiative. Just bishop c5, bishop c8, and the d file is for you. Yeah.
Can black there capture the knight on d6?
You mean instead of king b8?
Yeah.
But then I'm not sure what you're doing then. Is there a move? Maybe there is a move, I don't know.
This queen on d6 is so stuck.
It's stuck on one hand, but also it kind of ties you down.
Yeah, how about bishop e8 now?
Just bishop e8. And then take on f4.
Yeah. I'm trading d6
You're
pawn
absolutely right,
for f4.
Yeah.
And getting rid of the weakness, I'm taking your central pawn. So that's a good
I mean, if you take f4, I just didn't see this. Yeah, so if you can take on f4, then of course that's an option, which leads me to conclusion that the pawn on d6 in fact should not be taken.
Yes.
Yeah. But then what do you do? What do you...
maybe long castle here.
Just long castle, yeah, possibly. But then, since we know the pawn is not kind of not hanging for, maybe it does if I go king b8.
No,
maybe then you take, right? So maybe I have to spend some time, like going bishop e8 and so on. And maybe it's not that comfortable at the end for black.
I'm still thinking about a6 move here. Instead of bishop e8, maybe a6 to...
To force me to take?
Yeah.
Could be. So once again, if black takes, if white takes, black still has the same trick. Go bishop e8, drive the queen away, and also f4 pawn now is hanging with the check. So it's even a better, improved version for black. Right. So after a6, if it all happens, then the knight will have to, I don't know, leave to a3 or something.
Yeah, probably. So, because you can play knight d4 here, this f4 pawn is a weakness. Who would imagine the pawn is weakness on f4?
The pawn on e4 is indeed a weakness, and I'm wondering if, after this castle, maybe white just has to, decide that, solve the problem of f4 pawn for good by simply playing g3. Maybe that's the way, but also, once again, what's the problem for black then?
No problem here. A lot of time on the clock. White for the moment is having 42 minutes still thinking and figuring out.
That's like 50 minutes difference on the clock. Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah.
And Volodar Murzin,
we know him.
He's a well-known player, and he's considered to be very well prepared. But here it's him who is being surprised and spends a lot of time. So once again, potentially a surprise result. Potentially a surprise result here.
That's actually, I think, the effect of bishop d7. It's very often if the player is not playing bishop d7 lines, You are preparing some main lines, and then you have bishop d7, and that's one of the ideas of black when they play bishop d7 to, you know, give some difficult time to white to figure it out what will be my next setup. So I think that's kind of effect. I'm sure that white was not ready for this bishop d7.
But you're gonna have to if you play the main the main Richter-Hauser, right? I mean that's one of the main positions. So I'm a little bit surprised. Yeah, h6. So he was not ready for this h6 sideline, right?
Probably,
so
yes.
A6
is the main here, yeah.
Much more common. Yeah, h6 sort of a sideline. Can we check board 1, Yesipenko's game, because it developed quite a bit.
Oh yes, we have totally different position now.
What was that we've seen last time?
E5 was...
That's a wrong game, pardon me. It's a little bit tricky.
Yeah, first one here, yeah.
This one.
Yeah, this is the moment we checked it out, and we have like a few more moves.
Right, so DE5. He captured with the knight. Yes, knight's being traded. Bishop B3. So white is playing against this D5 square, right? So eventually wants this knight to be on D5, right?
Right.
But
it also like avoids bishop e6 move, because now at this point I really cannot see any better square for light square bishop for black. Like where else to go?
That's what that's what black is planning to do, I'm guessing. Like he goes queen e8, is prepared to play bishop e6. White goes bishop g5. One of the things that after bishop e6, if you're, I'm actually not sure if it's right, but yeah, like if you allow this, maybe I just take the knight voluntarily and then try to play, like say, okay, your bishop is not that great, I'm playing on white square.
That's brutal to do such a thing.
It could be. Like ideally, I probably want to play c4, knight c3, knight d5, but maybe I'm not in time because
black can play rook d8,
yeah,
d4.
You'll put the rook on d. Oh, sorry, not on d5, on d4, of course. Yeah.
How about we play instead of a ASC4, knight d2, knight c4, knight d3 then?
Yeah, maybe knight a3.
Knight a3 also, yeah.
Yeah, also keeping like more options. Yeah. So once again, if this knight, not very good at drawing arrows. If the knight ends up being on d5, then of course, yeah, white should be better. So no surprise, after bishop g5, black decided to keep the knight on the board by going knight h5, knight to d2, bishop to e6. Here we have it. Still looks preferable for white to me, but yeah, not that big of an advantage, if anything, for Andrei Yesipenko. So far, he is, as I said, he is and he will be ELO favorite against any of his opponents simply because of, yeah, he's the top seed. But so far, you don't really feel like, okay, this guy's 300 ELO points higher. So right from the start, he crushes all his opponents. No, yesterday he had one of the longest games.
Yes, yeah, one of the longest games. Still very, very interesting up to until the end. We had just incorrect move and a blunder in the very end. But I have a suggestion to take a look what is happening on the board 3, because I think something happened here, because after c takes b5.
Yeah, so we've seen b5 and then, never.
Here, our suggestion and also the game has been played e4 here to kick this knight back on d2 or c1, but black decided to go right away.
Play d5 immediately, but this kind of allows, knight c5. Is he fine with that? Like an immediate knight c5 probably, right? Yeah,
right away knight c5.
Knight c5, I'm not sure what he's planning to do. Is it d4 nevertheless? Maybe he's planning d4 nevertheless, so white will have to take, right, and then, how well? It's actually quite annoying, I just realized, because like if you go, okay, you probably don't go to d2 anyway, but where do you go? Here.
You wanted to take a knight on e4?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show, that knight e4 is an option. So like you start with bishop b4, and then after knight d2, I think you can take.
Take.
I think you can probably take.
And
Then
queen
if pawn
h4.
takes, yeah, you go queen h4. Now g3 is probably just bad. Queen e4 check. So some king e2 is needed, and then who knows? I mean, I believe in black's position for sure. I mean, at least like queen g4 check and some perpetual. All right, but it simply means white should not play bishop c1, right? Because he has bishop f2 as an option. He also has bishop g5 as an option.
Right.
So the extra pawn is still there. Black probably has compensation, some compensation at the very least, but still a bit surprising, as you've if you pointed out, a bit surprising to see that it was d5 and not a4 included, and only then d5.
Yeah, that's really interesting why he made this choice to play this right away, because after knight c5 you can't hold the center. You have to make decision to play d4. Otherwise, white pieces are very active and threatens to take the bishop on e6, right? So you just allow one more piece to be very active, while you could play a4 first.
Yeah,
then,
kick this knight, it'll go to like d2 or c1, and then you go d5.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's move 9, and b5 was prepared, I presume, right? Was prepared at home. So after b5, c takes b5, he spent roughly half an hour on the next move. So this is a little bit, I cannot read this, so to speak. Like, I mean, usually if you play b5, at least you know what happens if the pawn's taken, right? I mean, it's a pawn sacrifice, so you might as well check what happens if it's accepted. Right.
Very often what happens to me when I spend too much time on the clock, I'm getting lost in my lines and I'm missing the move order. That's quite common. Like I know I have to play a4, I know I have to play d5, and then out of nowhere this move order changes, and that has happened once or twice to me, and it's quite terrifying moment for the chess player, you know.
Yeah, like.
But that can be the result of thinking too much for one move. That's why it's always a lot of people advise not to spend too much time, because then you are just losing it.
Yeah, we once, I think we had a discussion on air, and yeah, like with some grandmasters, I don't quite remember who was there, but like you know, big guys like Vlad Kramnik and so on, and I think it was him to come up with this 15 minutes mark, strangely, like, so it went like this. So unless it's an exception which happens, I don't know, maybe 5 times in your entire career, spending more than 15 minutes on one move is often counterproductive. It's not that you will not be doing this, because yeah, there will be very complex positions and so on, but he said like he was checking even his games, and whenever like you spend too much time, it turns out, yeah, you've calculated a lot, but then you're starting to get lost between the lines and so on, and end up, so might be indication of not being in the top form as well, right?
Yeah.
All right.
And also this time management is also very important when you decide who has bad position, and if your opponent spends way too much time, very often that's alarming for me. That I understand that my opponent is not very confident in his lines, and I'm like then relaxing a little bit.
Okay, then probably my position is not so bad after all. Okay, so. What shall we check next? Maybe something like closer to the bottom of a tournament table, just like board 60, for instance. What goes on board 60? Actually, position full of life.
Yeah.
Absolutely, like, you know, sometimes, once again, what is this rating of a player with the white pieces? 1,100. It's unfair, I have to say, because 1,100, like you expect them to hang pieces or something. No, the guy's absolutely fine. 15 moves into the game, he played some theoretical line, I guess. It might be better against the opponent who is 1,000 elo points higher. So all I'm trying to say that one should not pay that much attention to the rating.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be so many reasons why one or another player has the low rating.
Okay, so shall we check ladies section? What happens in girls section? Some, I don't know, some top boards.
Yeah.
Or if you have an idea for a game, just let me
I
know.
was just looking, I got lost to be honest in one of the games and I wanted to suggest that
tell
that
me.
one. Hold on, I just need to check it out, the last name.
Or number board,
Yeah.
whatever.
Just a second, it was so complicated position.
Okay, just
Okay.
we'll bring some random, you know, random positions on the board. Wow, this is
Not so random.
not so random, right? It's also very unusual to see such an open center that early. You probably know the player, another Nicolosi
Kacharava, yes, it's Georgian player.
from Georgia, 25-12.
Yeah,
is his
very
rating.
talented player as well. We have like two players here, and those two players are the best junior players for now in Georgia.
Right, so he is playing against the local player, Gabriele Lumacci. The Petrov defense, right? The Petrov defense with d4, bishop d3, and yeah, one of my favorite moves, knight to c6. Have you seen this? No? It's like what? It's move 4, and I was told the story like when nowadays, obviously, I mean, it was played on very high level, everybody knows, but I was told the story like when it was first played, so the player with the white pieces, he simply thought that his opponent confused something because it blunders, it kind of, so before that, yeah, I mean, it was, you know, like they were, of course, defending the knight on e4, right, with d7, d5. And then someone came up with this clever move, knight c6, and it turns out that the knight is not actually hanging because you can win it back with d5 and then e4.
Yeah, very nice.
So white captures on e5, then knight c5. I think d5 is also a move. Yeah, knight c5 is also possible. d6, e d6, queen d6. And black is quite solid, in fact. A check here, knight c3, knight b5. Okay. If anyone, it's black who might be better. It's kind of better developed and so on.
Yeah, I like this position. Like black has already solved all the issues. There is everything well developed, and all pieces look just to be very active.
Yeah, like probably you go to d4 and black starts trading. So yeah, Nicolosi better find some, I don't know, some tricks here. Otherwise, but what tricks? Yeah, there aren't any tricks. Yeah.
His rating is quite impressive, 2500. Just looked right now. Because I remember that he was...
so you probably know him from being a really small kid, yeah?
Yeah, he was very, very strong for many years already, but just so that his rating reached to 2500, which is the Grandmaster level.
Grandmaster
and he also had like few successful tournaments recently, and I'm sure that he also scored the norm. So yeah, this tournament is another possibility to score the norm. And I remember when I was playing, by getting one norm here, there was equal to 2 at this event. But now I think they changed it back, and it's just 1 norm. So you are not scoring 2 norms.
But wait a second. I think if you win, you just get the title immediately,
yes.
right?
Yes.
But now with that many grandmasters in the field, you can also score the norm without winning the event. Yeah,
exactly. My suggestion to a fancy game is board 31. We have International Master against FIDE Master. It's not a low-rated game, but look at this one.
Wow, this is
look at this one.
Something not very
common line.
Not very common, yeah. And I suggest you check the name of the player with the black pieces, because it's Nori Alekine. Alekine, so...
Okay, wow, that's very impressive, I think.
C45.
I think he was given the name of...
Of force world champion, yeah, of course.
I'm sure.
But how do you end up with the king on c7 in the English opening, is my big question. Like, I can imagine, like, you know, Evans' gambit or something like this, right? I mean, something incredibly sharp. But then, here, it's probably black who was very ambitious. Bishop h3, yeah, bishop h3 is a little bit too much, I'm guessing. Queen c2, took on f1, queen g6. Oh, he just blundered. Whoa, what a... Okay, so e4 pawn is hanging, but black could play. Now, yeah, now I realize that black probably could have... No. I probably should sacrifice this pawn, now that I'm thinking of it. Just play something, castle short, and be happy. Right. I guess the original plan was possibly to go queen c5, but it turns out that white still can take on e4, because when you trade, there is an intermediate knight f6 check. But the move he played, yes, queen g6, all good, but then knight takes b5. And if you take... I guess it's just queen c8. At the very least, queen b7 and win the rook, but it might be even more. Like after this king on e7 is so terrible. Yes, probably some b3, right? Probably some b3 might work. But yeah, like you see queen b7, you say, okay, this is not possible. So after knight b5, is white? Yeah, looks like white's position is simply winning. So black ended up going king d7, knight back to c3, queen a4. Well, check and b4. It's still winning for white, but it felt like maybe he could have just, you know, finished the game in a couple of moves. All right.
Right, yeah, it's very interesting information about a player from the Philippines. So, Alejandro Nauri is a Filipino FIDE master. Nauri was named after Alexander Aliohin.
Yeah.
And at the age of 7, Nauri became the youngest FIDE master. Just not in Philippines, in his country, but in the world as well.
No, incredible. FIDE master at the age of 7. So that's...
yeah, it's incredible,
that's
really.
A great talent we are talking about. And how old is he now?
For the moment, he is 16 years old, and he is current Philippine junior champion. So for that title, he is now at this event. And a very interesting fact, it's not the end. His father is also... chess player, FIDE master himself, and he gave this name for... I'm for sure that his favorite chess player was Aliohin.
Yeah,
that's why he gave the...
Yeah, named after chess player. So, in, I don't know, next decade or two, how many Magnuses will we have in the world?
Ooh,
there'll be quite a lot, yeah.
Yes, in fact, I'm from the country where women chess players were called, and
yeah, absolutely.
A lot of there is a movie documentary film for Georgian chess players, Glory of Queens. And there is a story, and a lot of people are shown in the movie which were named after Nona and Nana and Maya. And all of them are saying they are named after chess players because their parents were big fans of these players.
Right, so it all started with Nona Gaprindashvili, then Maya Chiburdanidze, and so on. Yeah, and I was wondering, like at some point I was even coaching, you know, Georgian girls, not the national team, but some sort of a club team, and I was wondering, yeah, like Obviously, you have to have Nana, and in my case, it was Nana Dzagnidze,
Yes.
Maya Lominishvili, so next generation. And you have a
Yeah.
next and next generation. And still, the names are, you know.
Ketis, yes. For these days, people have a different mentality, and they are not naming
Yeah, of course.
after their parents. But it used to be like this generation, like grandparents' name was taken for the grandson or granddaughter, and it was always like this, you know, for passing for the generation. Now this is changing, but back then it was funny because some of the families were choosing the names of the chess players, and in fact, one of the best chess players, Nana Dzagnidze, was named after Nana Ioseliani. So yes, that's also the story. So yeah, it's very interesting how people are admiring chess players. And another thing about Miroshnichenko is that his father had is a coach for the moment, and as we can read now in the internet sources, he gave up his work as a coach, and now he's fully focused to train his son, and very likely they both, well, father also accompanies chess player here at this tournament.
Okay, so I think it's about time we make a short break, but before that, let me bring one more position on the board, which also looks very promising for white, but as far as I understand, things are not that clear. Anyway, I can see ourselves on a big screen, and that normally means that, yeah, that time has come for a little break. So we will be back shortly. Don't go too far. We have a lot of chess to cover, Keti, so let's take a little break.
Welcome back, everyone. This is World Junior Chess Championship 2022 in Sardinia, Italy. This is round 2, morning round. Today we're going to have another round, and we already have a few, actually one result so far, and very interesting positions as well. So what do we have for now at the board?
Yeah, so first result has happened in girls section. The game that we said was like really looking bad for black from the start. Yes, indeed, the player with the white pieces has won, but that's the only result I can see after, what, almost 2 hours of play. So a lot of fights, as always, right? And yeah, once again, let's start spectating on probably in the open section on the top boards as per usual.
Yeah, I can suggest another game. I can see right now that board 43 has been also ended in open section.
43?
Yes.
As low as that? Yeah, let's see.
Very interesting final position. Very, very interesting
Wow,
final
White's
position.
completely winning. White has won already,
Yeah.
so that's finished.
So white to resign in here. White just played
20 moves
20
only.
moves,
20 moves. White just took on d6. Let's.
So if you like, okay, yeah, let's start.
Let's say few moves before the final position. So White has a massive center. Bishop e3. Whoa. f6. f6. Trying
don't
to.
do that.
Yeah, I understand it's annoying. The center, you want it to be kind of closed somehow, but not with f6. Yeah, f6, e6. Queen goes, and then f5. Oof. Not what you want to see with black. G takes, knight h4, and then the knight comes to f5. So black did this. Knight f5. Knight f5 is a nice trick. If you take the bishop, queen g4 just wins. Threatening checkmate in 1. If you go queen g6, oops, knight e7, white wins. So the bishop was not possible to take. Black went king h8, bishop f4, rook g8 allowed an immediate victory for white. Bishop d6. If the bishop is taken, then knight happens to take.
Attacks the queen. No matter what's black's move, next knight comes on f7.
Knight to f7, yeah.
It either checkmate or
it
black
wins
has
the
to
queen,
give
yeah.
up the queen.
Knight
Beautiful
f7,
one.
and that's it. Yeah.
Beautiful. I love this. I love this game.
Okay, so bishop d6, only 20 moves, and white has won. Right, that's one of... well, actually, I wanted to say the only game that finished, but no, we do have more results, like on board 51. It's what? It's a checkmate on the board, I'm guessing? Yeah, once again, very, very quick game, and it had to do with bishop h7 sacrifice. Quite a few games seen this theme of sacrificing the bishop on h7, like here, for example, white just won with bishop h7, moving the queen in, and knight g5.
There was a type of Greek sacrifice.
Yeah.
The sequence with bishop, knight, and the queen. Beautiful.
6 and the checkmate on g7. Right, but on top boards, once again, a reminder, on top boards the fight is on, and yeah, the opponents are very tough for our ELO favorites.
Right, Miro, we have a question about
sure.
About the security measures at the tournament, and I can tell what I have just seen and what I know. So first of all, we do have 15 minutes delay of the games, and that's kind of affects our hype with the chats. But that is, guys, very important for this kind of events to follow these rules that we have. So there is a delay, and why this delay is so important. For some people, maybe it's not so clear why the delay is so important.
Well, it's considered to be that if you are, let's say, getting external help somehow, right? So someone's following your game and, I don't know, gives you the idea how to, I mean, what move is that? So, well, it kind of
they have to wait 15 minutes.
Yeah, it kind of makes the process a bit harder. Yeah, but from what I've seen, yeah, players obviously not allowed to bring any electronic devices in the tournament hall. Also, there is some sort of screening and so on and so on. Yeah, so hopefully nothing of this suspicious nature happens in this tournament.
Hopefully. There was an experience that youth players have to face, and also organizers with the arbiters. Previous years at the youth championship, I think under 14 or 16, don't remember exactly, in open section, there was a player who was having a perfect tournament, 100%, and he was found to use the mobile device, which was hidden in the toilet. So 15 minutes delayed means that this person cannot see the game live. So that's why it's important to have this one. Another measures what we have here is the device, and all the players are scanned by the arbiter. And to be honest, this is one of the tournaments that I see most of the anti-cheating arbiters everywhere. And for now, what I just witnessed during our break was that arbiters were checking the cameras, because there are cameras as well. So if someone, it doesn't matter, player, coach, or a parent,
behaves suspiciously.
Yeah, they are checking. Okay. They are checking, and all the necessary actions will be made. So I'm very happy that people are taking this.
Yeah, we don't have a choice,
cheating.
right?
Yeah,
we don't
the
have
cheating at this level, because chess is a game for fair play, and we need to have this kind of measurements. And I hope in the future we're going to have even more measurements for anti-cheating purposes.
It's tricky because one can argue that for those who are playing fair, it's sort of becomes a little bit annoying, like to go through all of that. But yeah, that's kind of necessary measures anyway. Right, so that's the only thing that chat wants to know. How about anti-cheating with all those hot topics nowadays? Yeah, that this
cheating
player, that player. Right.
I would suggest to see the game of Zhu Jinor, the female player who is playing now in the open section against Milosevic Milos. Let me tell you which.
Yeah, it's already there.
Yeah, okay, here we have it.
It's already there. I don't know what's going on here. It started as the French defense, if you remember. So I think we've seen this position. Yeah, that's one of the lines of this. What's it called? The blockade French or something. Yeah, basically, third move e5 defines the whole. Sorry. Yeah, let me just quickly bring it. So that's so-called French defense, where black plays e6, d5, right? And e5 usually defines the character of the game, so that it will be a pawn chain in the center, what gets a little bit more space on the king side. So usually he will try to come up with some sort of active actions on the king side. Black fights against the base of a pawn chain, against the d4 pawn, and as you pointed out, the bishop on c8 is usually a problem, and that's why they want to exchange the bishop, and that's what happened like a few moves later. Anyway, let me bring the current position on the board. Right, it's not that easy to evaluate, I have to say, because white, I would say white has better pawn structure, but you can talk about the pawn structure if your knight is somewhere around d4. Right, the knight on a4 is a bit out of play for now. So, for some reason, I believe black has to be okay, but of course, precision is needed, because also d5 is a little bit weak. Black's own knight on d7 is not very active as well. So that's one of those positions, like, as the commentator, you look at it, and perhaps the only word you can come up with is, it's complicated.
It's complicated,
right?
yeah.
And no, seriously, because even sometimes objectively more complicated positions with a lot of tactics, at least you can provide some lines. Okay, so if this happens, then he's done, he's going to do this and that. Right. Over here, if you'd ask me what you would do in this position, Miro, I would think for half an hour maybe, right? Because it's not that many pieces, but at the same time you feel that every single move is of great importance.
It is, and I would like to take your attention to the time situation. Black is having really good time at the moment.
Yeah, like half an hour advantage on the clock.
Yeah,
Black,
and they
right?
have played 23 moves, so more 17 moves have to be done to get another
30 minutes.
30 minutes on the clock. So at this point, there are not many pieces, but still, it's some accurate game. Should be played here by white, and f3 has to be
kind of
latest move.
Last move being f2, f3. Well, I'm not sure if it like was forced right now, but you probably do want to play f3 sooner or later, right? So, because potentially this knight goes to f6 to protect the pawn and also to prepare for knight e4 jump, knight g4 jump, and then f3 kind of takes away both squares. So it does look like a decent move to make.
I have few suggestions. We can take a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. It's Murzin, right? Board four. Board four in the open section. I remember it was looking very exciting, this Sicilian line. And the last position we've seen was long castle, right? So it was long castle for black. White replied with the long castle of his own. Bishop e8, guarding the d6 pawn first, then going for a7, a6, knight d4, g5. g5 is a very common move, by the way. g5, knight takes c6, bishop takes c6, queen b6. To which black, of course, replies with a check. King b1, queen to e5. The point of queen e5 is, over here. White is threatening to take on a6, and perhaps black doesn't really have a comfortable way of meeting this threat. So bishop takes a6, and then c6, bishop is hanging. I don't know what happens if you play something like bishop e8 with black, because white obviously has a draw by capturing on a6, but since the evaluation bar has moved, I start to suspect white has more than a draw. So let's say check over here, and then, I don't know, maybe still some like knight d5 ideas, knight b5 ideas possibly, eventually coming with the rook via the third rank. All right, so black played queen e5. Now, as far as I understand, if you capture on a6, queen c5 is what black is planning. Bring the queen to defense and forcing the trade of queens, after which black is apparently safe. So queen e5, and white replied with a knight d5 sacrifice.
A typical sacrifice.
Yeah, it's typical for the Sicilian, like the move itself, right? But I can hardly recall it like when it's played against the long castle. So e takes. Let's check what happens. I mean, if it's taken, does he take on a6 then? Probably he does.
Yeah, he has to do it right now.
Does, and then the question is what to do.
Well, the threat is queen c6.
Yeah, queen
check.
c6 is the biggest
and
threat,
queen b7
because
checkmate.
this is hanging, right?
Right.
If I take the bishop, do I lose after this check? I probably do, right? And then just rook d3.
Yeah, I can also clean up first the 6.
The pawn even, yeah. No, but
Yeah.
I think, yeah, like rook d3, rook b3, it's clear that black doesn't have the way to guard himself. So the question is, what do I do instead? Like, there is king d7, but it just looks terribly ugly. King d7, I mean, you can...
He takes d5.
You can take on d5,
another...
even bishop b7, but yeah, e d5, yeah, king d7 looks terrible. So I'm not even sure what black is supposed to do. Bishop cannot be moved. Queen e8 to guard the bishop. Right, but then white, yeah, but then white takes over here. So I'm not even sure what the move is. So ed5, right? Bishop takes
Bishop
a6.
takes. So moves like bishop g7 to go after b2 pawn is not working because queen
because of a
c6
check,
and queen
right?
b7 is a checkmate right away. I was thinking, Miro, how about rook d7, rook c7, this kind of...
Rook d7, and if I take, you go
Rook
rook
c7.
c7, wow.
And if you take on b7, then king b8.
King b8. And then black eventually wins this this bishop, right?
Yeah, queen is hanging, and I'll take the bishop next move. And in that case, it's a bit different because now rook is on the 7th rank, so I'm not really afraid of rook d7 lift.
And that is probably the reason why the evaluation bar considers this to be equal, because white has queen b6 and then a perpetual check on d8 and a5. And probably that's kind of the fair end to this game, if kind of given that both sides will find all the moves, because it's not such an easy sequence of moves to find, especially for black, right? Yeah, our first attempts to defend with black actually led to a defeat.
So move knight d5 is something that white kind of is okay to make a draw if black plays accurate moves.
Probably, but by that point, white risks as well, right? White has sacrificed the pawn. You cannot just play quote-unquote normally. You have to come up with something. And one thing would be to take on a6, but then, as we figured out, queen c5 is quite strong. So knight d5, it's a good move. Once again, white practically says like it's a draw if you find everything.
Yeah.
But you are not guaranteed to do so.
Miro, there is a very interesting situation right now in our chat on Twitch. There is a player, Vlad Chess, also a streamer, and says that very interesting matchup on the third board in open section. And I don't really understand why its theory is so interesting, but here it comes to you, the question. Chimpu, Samuel, and Mendonça were teammates in the Romanian Super League less than 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Where they won silver with my club team, Vados. All right. Miro will remember this also.
Of course, yeah, I was there. I was playing Romanian League. Yeah, so
they were teammates, and now they're facing each other in the second round of the World Championship. Interesting.
That's it, yeah. And the position itself we've discussed a little bit, right? And we were wondering what was going on there with the moves order. And still, look, it's 12 moves into the game. Black is down to half an hour, and he was the one who came up with this surprise with this b5 just a few moves ago. So I'm still puzzled with what are they thinking about. So after d5, white actually decided to take the pawn. Knight takes bishop f2, which makes it look like if anyone benefited from not playing a4, it's actually black, right? Because after this check, white goes knight d2, so the bishop is developed on b4 instead of the pawn being on a4. I'm guessing... well, once again, it's not clear. Maybe bishop runs under some tempi after a3, right? Maybe... how was this Paravian's game that you've mentioned? So knight was going to d7, and then the bishops would be traded anyway. Right, so it will be a difference between this pawn being on a5 and a4, right? If I just play knight d7 and bishop c5. And then I would prefer it on a4, of course.
Yeah, it takes more space from
also
white.
stops white from playing a4. It's an ugly move, but it kind of cements the fact that white is a pawn up, right? So it simply defends the b5 pawn. Right. There should be still ways, of course, for black to develop the initiative, and I am thinking of, I don't know, queen g5 perhaps, with ideas of jumping to e3 with the knight.
Right.
Yeah, very fresh, very sharp position. Now, he ends up playing knight d7, nevertheless.
Yeah, I'm sure he remembers that game, and What's very interesting to me, this is the game where Black had a lot of time at the point when he played
And
b5.
then he spent an hour on like the next three moves.
Yes, a lot of time. This is only move 12, and he is down to 30 minutes. And this is a time when I'm starting to panic when I have, you know, this time on the clock. Then I'm trying to make next moves rather fast.
Less than half an hour is basically the kind of the point of worry, right? And also, like, I don't want to mention specific brands of electronic clocks or digital clocks, but I think quite a few of them, when you run down to your last 20 minutes, they start showing minutes and seconds, right?
Oh no,
So,
that's...
and then, and whenever you see seconds running away, you're kind of mesmerized. And no, I'm not panicking at all. I'm just sitting there and look, okay, it's 20 minutes, and then, you know, you blink, and then it's 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, maybe it's time to make a move.
Yeah, that's for me, when I see less than 20 minutes on the clock, then you also see the seconds, and the time runs so fast.
Yeah,
and very often I look on the clock more than on the board.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. So, all in all, both players in this game have to try to speed up a little, because otherwise, doesn't matter the quality of moves in the opening, if you, I don't know, down to last minute and you still have like 20 moves to make, then unless you're Alexander Grishuk, who is known for his terrible time troubles and brilliant play in time troubles, right?
Yeah, he has to have 1 minute on the clock. That's how he usually plays. Very interesting comment in the chat from Darren. We have under 20 seems odd to me. As juniors, when you consider strength of the many teenagers. That's also something that we were talking, right? A lot of junior players, for instance, like Nihal Sarin, who had a birthday and turned 18, he still can play this tournament, but he's not here to play. So for many of our viewers, this championship can really look odd from that perspective. But we have youth championships at the age category starting from 10. I think even at 8 now they added 8
they have
category.
It under 8, and I understand it. It's tricky with these youth championships because, of course, it's nice, you know, I became a world champion under 8 or something, but it doesn't really mean much. I think that's perhaps the only tournament, juniors is the only tournament, like you won the World Juniors, that means at least you have a path to become a professional chess player or very strong chess player, because you also get invitations and so on. Right?
Yeah, a lot of benefits. But the thing is that we have youth championships in the age categories, and then, for instance, when you are 15 years old, you are preferring to choose under 16 tournament to win the medal. So you're not competing to older players or younger players. But at this event, at the junior event, all these age categories are together. So we have players 13 years old, we have players 19 years old. So that adds a lot of spice here at the chess games, because we have players from different youth categories, and it's way stronger than any of the youth championships. So yeah, that's why it's a junior, because we have all the categories together in one event.
Right, but as far as I understand the remark from Twitch that like we have the name of the tournament is the World Championship, and yet we do not have the kind of the strongest players there. But that's how it goes. That's how it goes. It's when it started, nobody would expect chess to become so kind of sport of young players only. Okay, not only, but you got to get the idea, right? So once again, stuff we were talking yesterday, that back then you win World Championship under 20, you become international master. So that was, I mean, how it was simply back then, right? I remember, like, if you'd become a grandmaster like 22 or something, you'd be considered
Oh,
almost a prodigy, right?
Yeah.
Like never mind like becoming grandmaster before the age of 20.
Yes.
Like it wasn't the thing. Basically, you could
Yeah,
probably
I
name
became
a
a
few.
woman grandmaster at the age of 17, and back then it was still a thing.
Still, yeah.
And now
it was
I
a
cannot
thing.
even
Now
mention
it's-
about
yeah,
it.
like-
It's a bit, something that I would not be proud of to be a woman grandmaster at that age. Because
that's
usually people are
interesting.
achieving way more at this time. Miro, there was actually a very interesting topic that nowadays is very popular in world in general. Like chess became not only the sports or just the game that you would like to play at home or in internet, but also a lot of countries now, they are trying to get chess at their educational schedule, and they are bringing chess to their
A kind of school program, chess in school and so on. Yeah.
So in Georgia is one of the first countries who implemented this new subject in their school, and they're starting chess from first, second, and third grades. So kids at the first grade, at the age of 6, they are learning how the pieces are moving, what are the names, and so very basic, because usually they don't know how to write, they don't know how to read the numbers, and so on. So there was an interview that I had to give to one of the local media, and they asked me, is not it too early to study chess? Because I made the research that you should start to learn play chess like when you're 8, 9 years old, and I was like, what? it's way too late, because kids at that age are already quite tough.
You know, Keti, it's a sensitive topic. Let's be honest, because we do not like when you have chess in schools. Do you really hope that everyone becomes a grandmaster or I don't know, world champion, whatever? No. So if you want to kind of learn chess for yourself to, I don't know, help develop a brain or something, I mean, it's never too late. Like you learn at the age of 30, it's still fine, right?
Yeah.
And if we are talking kind of young prodigies, once again, yes, I mean, it's sort of gives you a good start if you're a grandmaster by the age of 10. Hopefully this is still not a thing. Yeah, but there have been examples like world champions under 10, under 12, then kind of losing interest and not becoming strong players, and vice versa. Like, there are examples of like, as we agreed, Magnus probably never won under 20, right?
He has never
I think
played.
he
He
never won a world championship under 20. So
he survives.
yeah.
Without the title. Without the title.
Yeah. All right. So what I'm saying, it's never too late, and
It's never too early
it's
as well.
probably never too early, right?
Well, here we have this position, very interesting
still
situation.
This game, still this game that we've been talking about. And they are not planning to speed up a great deal, right? So still players spending time. This last bishop c4 move is somewhat provocative, because I can immediately see that knight e3 is the thing where white's forced to take, and then you capture on c4. The knight on d2 is pinned, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, that's
probably
win
win back the b pawn, unless white can afford to play a4, which I'm not sure. It keeps the pawn, but you know, the king is stuck in the center. Black has a check on h4. It does look very dangerous, to be honest. So yeah, bishop c4 seemingly allows knight e3, which should be seriously considered. All right, shall we once again check the very top boards like Yesipenko, Svane, these guys?
Yeah, we can take a look, but I wanted to suggest one very
Tell
interesting
me.
position on board 47 in the
Board
open
47.
section.
Okay, let me find it. Board 47.
This is the current position, but I would like to take you back at the point when black sacrificed the pawn on c4. So there was just a few moves before. Queen c4 has been played on move 20, I guess.
So that was the position, right? Where, well, yeah. So, and black has played
c4
c4.
Here. Quite a typical move, right? You open up
right.
c5 square for the knight, knight gets on d3 or b3, very annoying move for white player. So white went for queen e2 to attack the pawn on c4, and black didn't even bother to guard it and played knight to c5. And white decided to take it because it looks free.
Takes, and then it's a5. And then in order to avoid losing material, white has to play a really awkward move, which is queen a2, right? And then it's bishop a6. So the rook has to go, and then it's knight d3, and he threatens a checkmate on f2, right?
Right.
h3 was played, and then... Now black is winning, apparently, right? Queen f2. Once again,
if you play king h2 here to guard the pawn on g3, because I didn't understand why to give up this pawn, then knight c1 can happen here. Knight c1, get rid of the dark square bishop, and then rook takes b2, and it's game over.
So take that one, take on b2, and it's a double attack on the queen and the bishop on g2. Yeah, fair enough. So white probably had to go for knight d1, but then, whoa, that simply falls apart. Everything falls apart. Can't take on d3, of course, because checkmate in 1. So therefore, yeah, bishop d2, bishop, wow, so painful to look. Yeah, queen f2, bishop a6, and white is. Sorry, black is still thinking. So queen d2 is an obvious move, and it's kind of move which is probably good enough to secure huge advantage, maybe just win the game. But the alternative could be to take on b2 immediately, and this is probably what black is thinking about.
Right.
Just to take on b2. Yeah, black's completely winning in this one. Right.
And we can meanwhile go to the girls section on the board 2. We might have already very good situation for one of the leaders.
Board 2. Right, so let's update. Yeah, it is updated. So the ELO favorite is having the black pieces here, right?
Yes. And this extra 2 pawns, black managed to grab those 2 pawns on b7 and c4 from this position.
How did it happen so quickly? Knight to c5, queen f3. Probably some blunder was involved, right? I'll wait a second. So is knight e4? No, not really. Queen c6, knight d5. So white probably thought he's going for some sort of combination or something.
Yeah, so strange, like what really happens after he takes d5 here?
Yeah, that's a big question. ed5, I probably take ed5.
And then knight on f6 is hanging.
And then the knight on f6 is hanging, which is...
that was white's idea, probably.
Yeah, perhaps. But yeah, but black just ignores the knight on d5 for now, captures the pawn on e4.
The pawn on e4.
Yeah, bishop g7, king g7, and yeah, well, sooner or later this knight has to leave. And I think it's already good for black, but since white insists on kind of keeping the knight on d5, I think it only makes the situation worse. So takes on c5, takes on c4, takes on d6, knight d6, and knight back to e4. 2 pawns up. Looks completely winning to me.
Right.
Let's just go b5, right? Just go b5 and
two
connected passed pawns.
Yeah.
Extra pawns and also passed pawns. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a good start of the tournament for Kamildenova, right?
Yes, it is. And yeah, as we were talking about this lineup, what we have here, we have first-rated players Asal Salimova here, but if she draws or loses at least one game here, then other player can take over, and it will be so hard for her to stop the other player. So
Yeah,
you have to be careful.
I actually feel like we are more likely to have, like when we were talking, remember the first day, like someone winning with a massive score, like 10 out of 11, something like this. I think we are more likely to have it in girls' event. Like one of the top favorites might really score heavily, right?
Yes, because the difference of the rating is huge from the top players, and the other players have like maybe even 100 points rating difference. At this level, it can be a lot. Yeah, I can agree with that. It can be someone who takes a big lead. All right, shall we go back to see the game of Esipenko?
Yeah, sure.
One of the favorite leader of the open section, 101 points difference between him and the second seed player.
All right, so finally, remember we had it like move 13 or something like it. Move 15 was the last time we've seen the position. And yeah, and as we mentioned, it's all about control over the d file. It's all about control of the d5 square, d6 square. Yeah. So what ends up happening, I think White somehow managed to trade the right pieces and keep the right pieces on the board, because the more kind of the game develops, the worse it becomes for Black. And then knight back to rook is already on d6, and White, yeah, simply like protects the pawn, knight e8, and then you go to d2, I'm guessing, which is go to d2, and you're prepared to double the rooks on the d file.
On d file, yes.
Doesn't look very nice for Black. And not, once again, not only Black's position is worse, but also it's very hard to come up with, with moves, because us humans, we cannot just stand still and wait, right? You always look for some sort of a plan.
Right.
And the problem in this position, like any kind of plan you can come up with, probably makes the situation worse.
Worse
right?
and worse. Yes.
So Black, yeah, maybe Black has to try to trade some pieces, like just to go rook d8, but still, still it's very, very unpleasant. The bishop on g7 is passive. White's knight on c4 is very active and can also be maneuvered to d5, will be even more impressive. Yeah, some light square weaknesses. All in all,
yeah, also any kind of endgame is just slightly better for Whites because of the space advantage, and the bishop is...
yeah, the bishop's bad.
Very
also,
bad, yes.
The fact that, the pawn formation is such. Imagine the knight goes away and then some queen a6 might be an issue. Right, I believe exactly the scenario Yosipenko likes to see. So no pressure on him, so safe slight advantage, keep the game going, and wait for your opponent to make mistakes. That's a little bit maybe not the approach you would expect from young players, right? So we all want to see like fearless attacks and so on, but that's a very practical approach, right? I mean, just keep it solid, don't lose games, and win games because your opponent's making mistakes. That's
well, as Esipenko is having so much of experience, we barely consider him as a junior player anymore. He has been played for so many years already, I think. Yeah, his chess age can be way more than 20 years old. So for him, this kind of games, I think, is very pleasant because he's not risking anything. He will not risk to lose, and it's just slightly better for him. I'm sure he prefers this kind of games in each position rather than to have
something really wild,
yes.
All right, on board 2, Frederick Svane against Mukesh Amit from India, I believe. Yeah, and there was this English opening. I think once again, I mean, we've seen it quite some time ago. Yeah, after knight a4, so black traded on f3, traded on e3, went a5, and yeah, moved the knight away. I'm always curious about these structures because this one you can have from what's it called, Gioco Piano Italian as well, right? And people very often play c6 as it was done in our game and try to open the position. But what actually happens if you just play b6 and you keep it like this? And I don't know, to my eyes, black looks very solid, especially here, since white has this light square bishop, which, well, it's not necessarily a bad piece, but it doesn't get all that many targets, right?
Can white strike here in the center with d4, hoping for some c5?
Yeah, but then you want to open it with c5, right? But then, like, the moment everything is getting open and you also left with these pawns, yeah. So probably it is the plan anyway. Yeah, like you go d4 and then you somehow try to prepare c5, right? Maybe like moving the queen away so that the queens are not traded and then c5. Yeah, fair enough. Thanks to these double pawns, black knights also kind of restricted, don't have that many good outposts. Okay, anyway, black chose to play c6, and after a few moves we find ourselves in this position where everything is getting traded. Last black's move being d5 takes c4. White should probably just capture back, as far as I understand. Yeah, I mean, one could consider like taking on f6, go knight d5, you know, I mean, come up with few attacking moves in a row, as we would
I would
put it.
love to see this game.
Yeah,
this kind of continuation.
But probably it's not real. It's like after some sort of queen c5. Yeah, maybe it's playable still. I mean, I'm not sure. Like check on f6, king goes, and who knows? Maybe, yeah, once again, white only needs the queen somewhere to h4 and he wins, right?
Right.
But black does have some counterplay, like c3, and e3 is hanging, so.
Yeah, it needs to be well calculated before you sacrifice, but it looks so tempting.
It's tempting, yeah. I understand, it's tempting in a way. On the other hand, if you just take back, does it really run away from you? Maybe not so much, right? Because I don't know where the knight's going. I mean, it's not like you go to e8 or something.
Then you allow white to get knight to d5.
Knight to d5
Beautiful.
will come there anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
I would like to suggest a very exciting game.
So once again, the one that we already took a look a while ago,
Yes.
game of Igor Samunenko from Ukraine, right? And Eduardo, is it Eduardo Di Benedetto?
It's a local
from Italy,
player,
right?
And yeah, one of the hope of Italians that he's playing a really active in the chess competitions.
Right. I think we've discussed this a little bit. We didn't like the way black decided to go after this pawn, yeah? So rook to c1, black replied with queen a6, which kind of invites knight c4. I'm actually surprised that rook c4 was played and not knight c4. But anyway, so e5, knight goes to d5, queen h5. So that's the point behind rook c4. So the rook is already lifted on the fourth rank, and it's kind of ready to join the attack. Rook f to d8, knight g4, g6, and the check on h6 happened. Wow. So now black has to play king to g7, right? Then the queen is hanging, the knight is sort of stuck for a moment, but there will be knight f7 threat, right? You can't play this immediately, obviously, because the queen is hanging, but like if I play queen h3, for instance, now black has to deal with the threat of knight takes f7.
Yeah.
And once again, like some pieces are too far away from the king's side, so it'll be really hard to defend.
Very important piece, queen on a6 looks to me to be trapped there. on the other side of the board. And white can also, like if black now comes up with a move like to avoid knight f7, sacrifice like rook f8 or rook h8, then white can bring rook to f4.
The rook somewhere, yeah, like well, f4 the knights, yeah. So maybe like you can take, right? You can take and say play rook f4 or rook c7, rook c7, rook a7 on the other hand. Yeah, it looks attractive for white, but at the same time, it's not really clear.
You know what I was thinking about this position? Knight king on g7 and queen to
so
queen to h.
Queen h3.
So rook f8 looks like okay move here, and at this point to bring knight back on g4. So white's idea here can be to give a check, queen h6.
And then some knight f6, right?
Yeah, bishop d5, knight f6 kind of idea. That's one thing. Another thing can be very interesting for white to bring the bishop on c1 and to try to control the dark squares.
Honestly, I don't like rook f8 very much. I'm thinking perhaps black has to look for some, I don't know, kind of active counterplay, if it's available, of course. I'm not sure. One of the things to do, you can actually play knight f8, so that this way you protect the h7 pawn. And I'm apparently just blundered something because the evaluation bar suggests that white is practically winning. So one of those positions where computer is kind of suggests that black is fine, but in a practical game you can easily step into some sort of danger. Luckily for Ukrainian player, he has like 45 minutes still, while his opponent is down to less than 10. Yeah, by the way, we are approaching the stage of a round where a lot of time troubles will be happening at the same time.
A lot of time troubles. And that's the moment when players are mostly making the mistake. Around move 40, it can be before 2 moves or 1 move, or sometimes it happens that after 40 move, like at the 40 move, that you want to get some time on the clock. It can be a mistake, a crucial mistake, or even 41 can be also...
move 41. Okay, in our case, specifically move 41, but the move right after the time trouble, right, and experienced players would know this. And I have an explanation for that, because, when you're under time pressure, obviously you know that, yes, you are stressed, but at the same time, it's kind of you're concentrated, you're trying to perform at maximum, because, that's a danger around. And it's in human nature, then when the nature kind of goes away, the danger goes away. Right. Yeah. The danger goes away. You say, okay, now I have more time and so on. And it's so tempting to relax and then just play a calm move and a solid move, something, and it tends to be a mistake. Yeah. Very often, So that's why I remember they were telling us, like, after the time trouble, take a walk, a little walk, so that kind of refocus then and play the position, like if it's a new position.
New game,
it's a new game after the time troubles.
To take that moment, it's very important to refresh your mind. And very often, some of the tricky players are doing move, so they are not letting
right after
you
move
to go.
40.
They and you cannot leave the board even it's your move, right?
You cannot leave the board. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what black has to do here? We're going to find out. Yeah. H3 is on the board, so he'll have to calculate some lines, and maybe rook f8 is actually the best move, like physically defend the f7 pawn.
There's knight f8 also the move, which guards the h7 pawn only. Yeah,
I've mentioned this, but for some reason the engine, you see, I mean, all of a sudden it kind of switches in white's favor. So probably this is the problem. Right. Take, and doesn't matter what black takes with, rook f4 next. And, no
way to guard the f7 pawn
exactly,
anymore.
No way of defending f7. All right, so one can say that Samonenko is under a bit of pressure, but perhaps there is a solution, it's just that we commentators cannot see it, we cannot spot it immediately. Probably there is a solution to black's problems. Right, so let's look at some game that we haven't seen yet, like board, I don't know, board 8 maybe, yeah.
A lot of very interesting situations already. Also, this one looks quite impressive. As
Right.
white is having 2 pieces for a rook, but black is the one who pushes here the most, because there are the pin on d file and the second rank as well.
Ah, yeah, so you made 2 pins, in fact, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Now, once again, it was some really sharp middle game, and, well, it ends up being, yeah, like g4, e4. The bishop's attack will have to move. I'm not even sure why white spends time here. Is there any merit to play bishop h1 and not bishop g2?
Yeah, there's only 2 moves, right?
Yeah, so I think it has to be bishop g2, and then who knows? One of the things to consider could actually be some rook c8 and then
C1.
rook coming to c1. Yeah.
Okay.
So for now, rook c8 is not that scary, it would seem, because you have queen b1 or queen b3, right? Or maybe black has to find a way how to deal with it. Bishop g2, what can be... Wait a second, even a stupid move like queen g7 using a pin here might be an idea. Well, actually, I'm just thinking. I was joking when I said, yeah, bishop h1. Maybe bishop h1 ends up being more precise. No, okay, bishop g2 is played. Bishop g2 is played.
6 minutes here for black player. He has to speed up here. He has to make 9 more moves in this position, and white has plenty of time.
Yeah.
So f takes g4 just happened in the game. That gives the central pawn on e4, right?
Yeah, but still, the king is not perfectly safe, right? Black has the initiative. I believe after bishop e4, what you want to do is something like queen e5, attack h2 pawn, hit the bishop so that rook d2 followed by queen e4 wins back the material. Yeah, probably not bad objectively for black. It's just the fact that he's down on time, which makes the situation a bit problematic. Okay, anything else? Any results on the top board, maybe?
Not really. Things are going to heat up at this point because we don't really receive moves that fast, which means that the players are getting into the time trouble.
Right. Wait a second. Remember Murzin, this knight d5 move. Let's check how it developed. Okay. It's interesting because after knight d5, black decided not to take the knight at all. He went rook to d7, and bishop a6 was met with bishop d5, e d5. It's interesting that the engine apparently spots some other move. Because it says what, yeah, I mean, that's what I don't like about this evaluation bar. So either we're using all the engine moves and then we can tell it, and here you are left to guess. I mean, what went wrong? I mean, that's the obvious move, but, you know, the evaluation changes, right? ba6, rook h2 e1 looks, well, fairly logical, I want to say.
I think I know. Maybe rook d5 was the forcing move.
Yes,
that forced black to take with a pawn, and you have a bishop on a6. And then queen c6. Oh, that's even worse!
Yeah, queen c6, you can just go to d8, right?
Yeah.
Black is a rook up. No, I think... I don't know what to think. Well, actually, it could be that just engine changes evaluation. I mean, as we are getting closer to some... Yeah, bishop b5 would be possible, but once again, even if I go back to c6, is it that bad? And then, and then it changes to being in black's favor. Now, I think the moves in the game are actually fine.
Yeah.
So rook to e1, queen f6, rook to f1. What is he trying to achieve? So that now the rook on f1 does attack the f7 pawn, and also you can actually lift the rook via f3 to c3. And once again, the evaluation is, according to computer, is equal. Position is equal, but with white being a piece down but attacking, it means not equal but some perpetual check most of the time. Not even sure what to do for black. Queen d8, queen e7. Also doesn't look that scary, but we shall see. Any sharp games?
Oh yes,
here,
there was one very sharp variation happened on one of the games. Let me check which board is this. In the open section, Kurman Kalieva. Oh, it's a girls section. It's a girls section. And let me know the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me know the board. We have FIDE master. Board 12.
12. Wow.
But interesting
12.
thing happened way
That's
way
a lot
before.
of stuff happened,
Yeah.
right? So we can click on like move 10 or something.
Yeah.
Just to see the position after the opening. It's once again, I'm guessing it was French defense, with very high likelihood this being French defense. And an interesting thing happened, as he said. f5, e takes f5, queen f6, bishop g5, queen f7, takes on g6, takes on d5. One would think, why just want a pawn, right?
Yeah.
And then black castle short.
Very interesting move. Black gives up the bishop on c5, which is really strong piece. But
And,
instead,
like
d7
both
bishop is
bishops
also
are
hanging.
Both bishops are hanging.
Yeah, just to think, if you take d7 bishop, then you left c5 bishop on the board. That's a bit scary.
Yeah, like, rook f3
Rook
then,
f3,
right?
yes.
Rook f3 and f2's attacked, and probably white's in trouble. Right, white captures the other bishop, rook f3 is played nevertheless, and honestly a move like c4, how do you come up with this move? Like c4, if white kind of haven't had anything to care about, like if your knight's already developed or something, yeah, like c4, I understand it's like very ambitious to put the knight on c3, but
there's a threat of rook f5, right?
Yes, and white ignores it by playing
no.
c4, and black went b6 and rook d3 and knight d4. So it's not even about rook f5 winning the bishop, but simply black attacks on the light squares and white can't really do much about it. Bishop e7, check on f3, oof, e5. Check there, king e2. I feel like there should be some checkmate. e5 looked nice, right? I mean, knight takes e1 probably wins trivially. Black is up material, but yeah, e5 looks nice. Check, king e2, king is in the open. Ooh, how to checkmate this king?
That's the task for our chat, but we're gonna see the moves in 15 minutes. Maybe the game will be ended by that time.
Yeah, once again, I would probably just take the rook to stop, to stop the game, because knight e5, queen e5, and then just play rook e8. That's obviously absolutely winning, but I will not be surprised if there is there is some solution, to which leads to
something like bishop g4 to create some
to create even more threats. Yeah. Well, actually, Yeah, you might be absolutely right. You probably are absolutely right. Bishop g4, because you're threatening double checks.
Double
like
check
from
are
g1,
so,
from b4. Yeah, and
scary.
king f1 no longer works because you give this check and
Checkmate.
the knight is protected, so rook g1 is a checkmate. Yeah. All that means the black's position is completely winning.
Yeah. Well, that can be a bit of upset here, as white is the rating favorite in this game, but almost 100, 200 points different. That can be a thing. Mira, I would like to suggest you to go back on the second board of the girls section. We were talking about this game being so good for black.
Yeah, it was.
But look at this. What happened?
Yeah, I've seen what happened. So she decided not to play b5, but to go for the queen straight.
Yeah.
Queen
Also,
f6.
something very a common thing when you have extra material to trade as much pieces as possible.
To try to simplify.
Yeah.
But once again, one has to realize that you're returning one of the pawns, right? Queen f6, king f6, or not really.
It's very interesting situation now. After knight c4, knight f2 takes the pawn.
Check, king goes, knight e4, check.
And you see now the bar went all the way up. Here, instead of knight c4, there was a brilliant move here, rook e4. So you're going to trade more and more pieces.
Yeah. Rook e4 was really clever, right? You just trade this active rook, and yeah, you are still 2 pawns up, and the fact that you have a king in the center is actually good, right, for an endgame. While in the game, after knight e4, white comes with rook f1, king g7, and...
Now it's very interesting. White can take the knight on e4, rook e4, let's say. A rook has to take.
Rook takes, and then knight d6. So that this rook is hanging, this rook is hanging, and also the
f-pawn is hanging, and b7 pawn is hanging too, but b7 pawn is not important here. And at this point, if black plays, for instance, let's say rook e8, rook c to e8, now white takes first the pawn on f7, gives a check, and after king goes on g8, now knight takes
you
e8.
can still take the rook.
Yeah, so if you make a here like silly move king f7, you can lose the game with knight d6. You have to give a check. Because if you capture knight right away, then you lose pawn on b7 and no one knows who's better there.
And then you take, but then you win with black, right?
Yes. Here this is the check, and now we go to the pawn end game, and
black is still a pawn up. So all this nice variation seems to be not working.
You have to play rook f1 here. You have to play rook f1 here to save the rook.
The knight is not hanging then. Yeah. And then you have to take back, and it's what? It's 1 pawn up for black, but white maybe has chances, right, to survive.
Yeah, that's very interesting position.
Yeah, like maybe rook f6 and go there. Yeah. And a lot of tactics. And it's only one line with rook e8, right? But for this, white has to decide on, on capturing on e4. Because if you don't, I think black wins. Because I need only kind of one move, right? Put something on it, like rook c7 would be, if you give me a move, then probably rook c7 secures everything. So protects this pawn, protects b7, ready to double the rooks on e file if needed. Right, so one more time, rook e4, rook takes e4, knight to d6. And funny enough, doesn't matter where the rook goes. Like rook c4, for instance, you can still do the same trick. You give a check, and then you take on e4. And this time white
might be even wrong for black, because how to play?
No, I mean you take this,
and you lose the b7
you take b7, and you make a draw after rook a4.
Which he made a move, I think. What was?
Let's update on this one.
Rook d7.
Rook d7, and rook d7 just loses immediately because.
I think you would just lose a piece.
Yeah, you can. Exactly. You can take. I guess you can just take.
And that's very interesting. Rook takes c4, rook takes f7. I think white's playing something here.
you probably run out of checks, right?
Yeah.
Because after h4, among other things, I mean, king h5 probably wins and then you just run, but you can also be like really greedy and just play rook h8. I understand it looks awful, but black is a piece up by this point. So rook d7 is something that, I mean, very typical to do. Yeah, you have f7 as target, so might as well go to the 7th rank, but
a very interesting move after rook d7 is suggested by the engine, knight f6.
Knight f6.
So annoying, yeah?
Hitting this, yeah. If rook goes back, then you just trade something, yeah. Now, okay, now, from now on, it's probably just winning for black. So, higher rated players still dominating.
Yeah, we have not checked for a long time the first board here. Salimova against Nurgali.
What's going on there? Materials equal. Black, well, to a certain extent, happens to improve the situation on the queen side and in the center. But he has the knight on g7, which is, of course, not a piece to be proud of. Knight on g7, yeah, this last move is nice, like g4, restricting the knights. It's not going too far. What black could consider doing is something like h5, maybe. But it's very double-edged. Right? You exchange the pawn in order to get the f5 square, but you weaken your own king.
Yes, so not easy to make that decision, right?
Yeah.
You can start, Miro, with h6 first to kick the knight out. I don't know if it's any good.
Yeah, but then knight h3, and you will probably have to play king h7, because, yeah, h5 would be slightly inaccurate, I want to say, because queen h6. Queen h6, and then knight comes to g5. That's one of the dangers of having the knight on g7. It actually prevents you from defending your king. Right? It's quite strange. Yeah. So black is not safe yet. Black is not safe yet. Yeah. g4 being a nice move. Board 3. Let's see board 3. Who's the Elov favorite here? Player with the black pieces. Beydulayeva from Azerbaijan, I guess?
Right. Yeah, she's from Azerbaijan. Against Jarocka Livia from Poland.
Yeah, once again, it was perhaps some of the skulls, but, you know, structures and black is trying to attack the king, white, okay, gain a lot of stuff on the queen side, but king might be more important, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Even
and black is very nice.
Taking on h4 or something.
Yeah, g5 came to my mind.
Yeah, g5 might be a very serious move to consider as well.
Yeah,
g5, if you take, okay, queen takes g5 and it looks...
Rook h1 kind of sacrifices, the queen goes on h-file.
Okay, let's show this. Okay, h3, and then it's...
Is it working?
Yeah, it should. Rook h1 check, and if...
King takes.
If king takes, then queen h6 check, queen h2, and so on, so on.
Checkmate.
Eventually the king is getting checkmated.
Yeah, very interesting position, but maybe we would like to go back in the open section where on the board 4 something crazy is happening, and we were talking about this game for a long time with this sacrifice, and now we can see the bar went all the way up. There is a check, and this might be dangerous for black.
Yeah, so apparently white, when he played rook e1, then rook f1, chasing the queen, he was trying to achieve some specific goal, which I'm not yet sure what it was, but after queen g6, turns out that white is practically winning. So take on e6, black has to take back, rook d3, and you don't have any defense, it seems. Yeah, rook c7, queen a6 check. And that's actually possible to blunder. So king d7, yeah, rook takes f8, wins.
Oh, wow.
Rook f8, king, rook takes.
Yeah.
Well, logically, check over there, king e8. You would think, you know, first rank and stuff, but queen d8 first, and then we take, right? Queen d8 first.
This is so annoying move.
Yeah,
this check.
Now I realize that rook f3 might be even stronger, but it's already not so important. Right, so is black in the game at all? Wait a second, is there something to do for... So king d7, all that is played or what?
Yeah, we have this on the board, queen d8.
Check. Yeah, I was thinking like after rook f8, is it possible that queen d3 is the best chance? There is rook f7 though. Okay, that's something very hard to comprehend. I understand why it should be winning in any case, right? In such position, why it should be winning in any case. So what I'm hoping for is to get pair of rooks for the queen, right?
But the thing is that now, even in this position, if you simply take the queen by the queen,
yeah,
and then you play move like a3 or a4, black's king is so weak, and the black's pawns are so weak as well, that there will be not maybe that big advantage, but still winning.
Yeah,
big chance
I think
to
white
win.
should be winning. Yeah, that's probably not even the most precise way, right? And he entered our line, after which it's check on d8, check here, king f7, and Morzine is thinking probably considers rook f3, which pretty much wins on the spot.
Yeah, just like that.
Rook f3, where you have to go, what?
King g7, let's say.
King g7.
And now you take the rook on c7.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't win on a spot. I mean,
it does, because you take rook on c7, it's a check.
King g8, yeah.
And now you just trade.
Yeah, but you will still have to play some endgame. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely winning endgame, of course, but like doesn't finish immediately, at least, right? But maybe you play queen e5 just to centralize, and you have 2 extra pawns and 3 connected passed pawns. Anyway, that kind of shows some class, that even in a winning position, he tries to find the most precise moves.
Right.
But also, look, why do we trade in rooks here? I mean, if we just take on c7 and we play like a4, right?
Yeah.
Whose king is weaker? It's probably black's king, right? So
true.
Why don't we just keep more pieces?
True. Miro, I have very good information that on the second board, where Swan plays against Moksh, here we have the exchange sacrifice that we were so eager to see. So
seriously?
That's a fun solution here for white.
Wait a second. When it was dc4, right? And he was thinking, right? dc4, and he was thinking for quite some time, Frederick Swane. And he came up with this exchange sacrifice, but in a little bit different fashion. So rook f6, gf6, and now he's not rushing with knight d5. He calmly takes back on c4 and wants to put the knight on d5 then. And it's one of those arguments where people call like exchange sacrifice. I was trying to deconstruct. I mean, what does it mean? Is it an exchange? Is it sacrifice? So you're exchanging a rook for minor piece, kind of inferior piece. All right, understood. Statistically, most of the times rook is stronger. But what point I'm trying to make, that if we compare the knight on d5 to the rook on a8, which is like, maybe I should say I won the knight on d5 against this rook, right?
Right. Yeah, knight is superior
that's absolutely
in this
fantastic.
position.
Yeah. Here, rook takes and f6. Yeah, well, actually, black kind of did good job getting rid of one of the pawns, so at least he can play rook f7, guard the 7th rank. So probably won't fall apart immediately, but I still think white's position is like close to be winning.
Right, looks amazing here. You just need to bring the queen now.
Yeah,
the
like
queen has a bit difficulties to go to the king side right now, but it takes only 1 move or 2 moves to get there.
Yeah, queen to the king side, and it should be over. That's at least the feeling.
Oh, you know what you can do here to play something like Queen F2 to hit the pawn on F6. Let's say King G7 to save this pawn. There are some checks, but there's also this move like E4 to then threaten to play C5 and get more and more space advantage. That's one thing. Another thing can be here to bring Queen and the Rook on H5.
On H5, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't sure like how exactly to do it, because at some point Black might, sacrifice F6, take A3, and try to get some sort of contemplate. There is also a thing like you can say
just make
play
sure that
H3,
there's nothing.
there is like the king's safe. Well, anyway, feeling is that once again white is superior in this game. Is Yosipenko winning? I mean, just quickly checking what happens there. Well. Black is. I don't want to say fighting back. Black was never like really lost.
He's holding quite well.
Yeah, he's holding quite well. Yeah, exactly. So all rooks were traded, and yeah, Black still keeps fighting. Maybe won't lose it at all. Yeah. Okie dokie. Not that many results, to my surprise. I mean, initially, remember, like in a couple of hours, we've seen few games finishing.
Yeah.
But since then, everything is in progress. I don't see.
There's one game actually ended, which we were analyzing on the board 8. The game between international master Milikov and grandmaster Budis Savlevich.
Yep.
This game ended in few moves since we saw the game.
So they've agreed a draw? Or?
Black here was very tricky to offer a draw after Queen E5, because according to the engine, White has very good position now, because White is getting rid of all the pins. For instance, now Queen C2 is the suggestion of the engine, and you give up H2 pawn, but now you can play Knight to F1. Not to allow G3 to happen, and this position seems to be just fine for White.
Yeah, but maybe it's fine for Black as well. I'm not so sure if White is like much better or something. Yeah, I mean, it's probably. I'm not arguing with the engine, yeah, but I can easily understand, like when you're over the board and not so much time left, it's understandable that you don't really know, right?
Yeah, but this sense of Black player here to offer a draw at the right time.
Right.
Yeah, it's
To
incredible.
offer a draw. Actually clicked some random game, and it tends to be entertaining, like with pawns being pawns running here and there. Evgeny against Petrashvili, right? Or rather, Petrashvili with White against Evgeny.
Very interesting situation in the game that we were just talking about on the second board. White played
a different move. Huh?
Move C5 right away.
Wow.
Which computer totally hates it.
But what does it mean, C5?
So Queen takes C5 now.
Obviously, yeah. I mean, if I'm not taking the pawn, that means C5 is a great move. If I cannot take it.
So Knight takes F6 now.
Is it the plan, or was it the plan, Knight F6?
And King simply goes on H8, and Knight and the Rook are pinned on the F file, and Queen is a bit far from all the actions. So probably Knight D7.
Maybe he's hoping for Knight D7, but then you actually have quite a few moves, I'm guessing. Like Rook D8 might be an option. Or even Queen A3. I don't think Black loses after Queen A3, or maybe he does. Yeah, you will take everything and take A5 in the end. Yeah, Queen A3 is not very clever.
So there can be some move that White is probably missing something at that point.
So C5, Black takes, let's say, a check, right? King H8, Knight D7, maybe Rook D8 indeed, yeah. So that the Knight is pinned and the Queen will, if needed, will return to E7. Still, I won't be 100% sure if it's such a great position. Rook F7. Rook c8.
I like this move, rook c8. So you threaten rook queen c1
queen
trade,
c1,
yeah?
and then white wins with knight f6.
Oh, beautiful.
It's interesting. I mean, the line where white was offered to take the queen, but instead he leaves his queen.
Beautiful. Can we show the line why this is a checkmate, for instance?
Yeah, like rook d2, it's rook h7, obviously checkmate in 1, but this setup, the rook on the 7th rank and the knight on f6, is such a powerful setup that if, say, black can trade the queens with the tempo, so nothing is hanging for black, right? And he has like a few checks, but he cannot prevent eventual rook takes h7. All right, so the engine says it's good for black, but we don't know why. Yeah, it's tricky. And what does camera show us?
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, what is...
That's probably board 3 or board... Yeah, that's board 3. Yeah, that's board 3. This game of teammates from Romanian league, remember?
Yeah. Right.
Well, which actually fairly simplified. Black is no longer in any... Oh, sorry, white is no longer in any danger, it seems.
By the way, the game on the fourth board, Murzin just won the game, so black decided not to go farther and play long queen endgame, but to resign. That's a very practical decision also to
yeah, let's not forget that we have a second game coming up. Yeah. All right. So on board 3, eventually everything's simplified, and they've only reached move 20. They've only reached move 20.
Right.
But it's unlikely that black is going... I mean, nobody's going to win it. I'm guessing, yeah, potentially. Like, knight will be swapped on d5, and then it's opposite-colored bishops, and so on. And we are reminded that we also have girls' tournament. They were showing me... we could see on the camera, right? Some games in the ladies section. So let's go there maybe. It was board 3, board 2 by the way.
Board 2
black
has been
won.
ended. The game has ended in few moves after this.
After rook d7,
yeah, rook
black
d7.
indeed took. Given couple of checks, picked up the pawn. Knight g3, rook b3. A check here. Yeah, white had to resign. King h2.
Knight f1.
Knight f1 check, and then discover check. And the nicer line is king f2, where, like, okay.
Is there knight h1?
Knight h1, yeah, this is what I wanted to show. Knight to h1 and rook to f1 checkmate.
Beautiful.
I mean, you win in many ways, but still, like a move like knight h1 is a nice move.
Yeah, indeed, that's beautiful. In the same section, we do have a very interesting game on the board 6. Maybe you can take a look at that.
Wow, white's winning, it seems. Yet another Indian player, yeah, woman grandmaster.
So from India, we according to our
Stats,
viewers
yeah.
from India, they are saying that we have 5 players in open section and 3 players in the women's section.
So perhaps the widest kind of representative for. Yeah, I actually haven't done this stat. Yeah, we'll have to at some point do all the stats like by countries, maybe by continents and so on. But the guess would be that perhaps.
That's a good point.
The Indian players are
the most
the most represented, sort of.
Maybe Italians are a bit more because
you're right.
Yeah, tournament here.
Local players usually in this kind of events, only makes sense, right?
Yeah, in fact, I do have statistics here, and Italians are the most players, 18. And second most players who we would expect to be Indians, but in fact Israeli Federation represents is represented by 11 players, and then we have Indian Federation with 10 players.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know. Something happens in this game. White's completely winning by now. It seems also Black being down to last minute. So something went terribly wrong. It looked like, and probably was, some King's Indian. Yeah. Oh, that's actually, it was some King's Indian with a twist, let's call it like this, right? Black was playing the King's Indian, for sure. And what White did was some hybrid. Very straightforward. Exchange the bishops and move the h-pawn. And it turns out it works, right?
I like this
D5.
this idea of trade the dark square bishop and then go h4, h5. It very often ends in a nice result.
So sacrifices the pawn, and Black decided to take it. And then e4, knight h2. And apparently it was not working for some reason. It's Black who kind of helped to make it work. So bishop goes to d7 naturally. Bishop e2, knight f4, and perhaps knight f4 is not ideal. Takes here. Still, there was a time for Black to kind of take some measures.
Yeah, the problem here for Black is the knight on b8 being so far. This knight, if the knight is on f6, you can hold
yeah,
the
I would
position,
perfectly agree with that. But still, it doesn't look that bad. Still, but yeah, maybe f5 is over optimistic. Like your opponent has all the pieces against your king, and then all of a sudden you decide to open up. f5, h5.
Yeah, h5
knight
seems to
g5.
be to me to be the move that she could play earlier to
Yeah,
avoid all
probably.
this without f5.
Knight a6, f3, and now it was Black who was winning. Queen f6. I think it's like simply last couple of moves. Black made some mistakes that maybe panicked in a time trouble. Now it's completely winning for White.
The game between Di Benito and Samunenko has been ended, and the result is
surprising.
surprising. It is surprising, and we can take a look actually how the things
Why
went
is
there.
it surprising? Black won. Maybe it's not surprising. Maybe he had everything under control. It's just that we were under impression that White has an attack, right? I mean, somewhere around this position, we're describing how. Nice,
but another reason can be that he had really low time on the clock.
White
so,
was really low on time. Yeah, after rook h8, indeed, well, according to the machine, White is better. And the very next move perhaps was a mistake, knight g4, because it allows h5. And then the knight is kicked away. So Black is relatively safe, an upper pawn, right? And the moment White tried to win the material back, probably everything kind of collapsed. Yeah, queen e2, then just takes the bishop. Yeah, rook f7 is a nice trick, right? Rook f7 is a nice trick.
So if I take that,
it was probably possible to take, I wouldn't say, because queen e6, you have king f8. No checks for now. And if bishop d5, I mean, knight e5 works, but there is also a check, and queen f5, there is rook h7. I mean, many ways for Black to protect, but Igor Samunenko decided not to bother to take the rook. He simply went king h6. And then after...
White decided just to resign here, because there are a lot of threats here. 95 is one threat. Another threat.
Yeah, like knight e3 is the most... kind of
Bishop
the
e3 is another threat with some checkmating nets on the first rank. So, yeah, Black just... White... And also look at the time situation. It's like only less than a minute on the clock, so we had resignation. And another...
Okay. 2 out of 2 for Igor Samunenko. Not bad at all.
No, not at all. Another very interesting situation on the second board, Black declined to capture the pawn on c5, which was,
Okay.
a bit shaky
so
move
that
for
one,
white. Yeah.
that one, this game, yeah, the c5. It's sort of a bluff, maybe, a little bit, because once again, it's easier for us. We see after c5, the evaluation bar has changed, so c5 shouldn't be a good move. But during the game, you don't know, right? And c5, your higher rated opponent plays c5. You look for a bit, you
trust.
don't see, and maybe you trust your opponent. Yeah, queen e6, after which c5, of course, is perfectly justified. h3, I like it, to prepare just in case, to move the king to h2 if needed. Queen f2, rook f8, a4. Yeah. Once again, this is, even if it's not objectively winning,
It's
impossible.
pleasant
It's impossible.
to play.
Yeah, I think it's
How are you gonna
impossible to
lose?
play for black.
Yeah.
It's impossible to play for black because, yeah, I mean, sooner or later, I mean, you have too many weaknesses to care about. You have pretty much zero counterplay.
Yeah. Do you think the players were just chatting for a minute ago? I think the draw offer
Yeah,
has
could
happened.
be kind of a draw offer from,
Yeah.
I don't know. Do you really offer a draw with black here? No. With white? Not really.
It was black who was trying to talk, so there was probably draw offer.
But yeah, but then you have to make
Make
a move, right?
so we maybe don't. So yeah, rook g7 has happened, and that was when draw offer has been happened.
So he played rook g7.
But if you
and
don't offer a
offered
draw now, then it will be late in game moves, I guess. So he's using his chances. Miro, you know what I'm thinking? How about queen to d2? So the idea is just to take this pawn, yeah.
It's an option, certainly. I mean, you have to decide, like, more sort of globally, you have to decide, do we care about rook g8? And how, let's say, what's the plan for white after rook g8, right? Because that's about the only active option black has, to go rook g8.
Right.
If we decide that we are not afraid of, then yeah, then maybe some queen d2 is an option. King h2, I'm guessing. I mean, still kind of, I'd be more comfortable with the king on h2. If rook g8 happens, okay, I'm scared, but I go g4.
Yeah,
and then
g4
f6 is hanging, so
you don't have h5 because this rook controls everything.
Yeah, so. The rook will have to go back, and then I'm maybe even playing king g3, who knows. So the king, as first world champion, Wilhelm Steinitz, he once written that the king is a strong piece, it has to defend itself. So maybe in this case it's actually, yeah, like
king g3, king h4,
king
king h5.
yeah, maybe it will also attack.
Yeah, so also the moves like this can be played very fast to gain some time on the clock. Why not? Because white is the one who can pass the moves.
Well, the feeling is, yeah, white is in control and most probably is going to win the game. So on board 3, some simplifications, no real change in the evaluation though. Still must be equalish, maybe not fully equal. Maybe white is pressing slightly, but nothing too dramatic. Wow.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Once again.
This might be blunder because of rook e1, because you attack the pawn on e5 and bishop on c6 is hanging.
Well, actually,
Who could imagine this?
He was, yeah, somehow I don't like what he...
Rook e1 is on the board.
Yeah, rook e1 is on the board. I don't like what he's done, and I can kind of give you the reason, because the position was normal. I mean, he could just play, and instead he started to invent these tactical tricks, went down on time, and also blundered at the end. That's very common. Yeah, but once again, we do not really know the motivation behind Mendonca's decisions, because he is higher rated after all, and maybe he was looking for a way to trick his opponent somehow. So it all started here, with queen still being on the board. And honestly, or even like on a previous move after b4, he went knight f6 for whatever reason. All right, and then he went for this massive exchange of all stuff. Yeah, and rook a8 apparently is just a blunder because after rook e1, it's not that white wins immediately, but he will have a clear extra pawn and all the winning chances. Yeah, so that was careless to say the least. All right, so we might have one of kind of bigger upsets, like one of the top seeds losing the game.
There was very nice technique in one of the games. We can check it out on the board. Just lost it.
Just let me know the name, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that helps.
I just completely lost it. Okay. Davtyan Artur from Armenia and Barsegyan Armen, also from Armenia. Two
two Armenian
masters.
players played each other. Black has won, and what was... so Black was a pawn down a few moves ago, or like maybe for the most part of the game, but he was completely winning already here. Rook a4 is a nice move, stopping this knight from returning. Knight d8, knight f4 g3, captured. Knight to c7, rook a7. But wait a second, why do you have to be so tricky? Doesn't rook b4 just win? Because e6 maybe.
e6, e7, and then knight creates so nice net around the pawn.
This, if king f8, probably Black would still win, right? But at least you're not losing to this rook b1 threat. Anyway, yeah, so the game is finished, so let's just quickly check how exactly Black won. So rook to b7 here, and then he comes back, drives the knight away. So now the king is on the first rank. Rook b2, rook f1 still kind of fights. Is it like a last trick or something?
Yeah, here Black played knight to
Knight
e2.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Oh, wait
move.
a second, but knight b1. I mean, that's what I'm wondering.
After this
Knight
move, I was
b1.
thinking about e6,
Right.
Queen.
a1, queen.
e7, rook goes
e7,
back on
and
b8
there is rook b8. Yeah.
and controls everything.
And also the knight is hanging.
Yeah, if you play knight e6, queen a7, a7
queen
wins the pawn.
a7 check. Anyway, so that would have won, but so did knight e7. Sorry, knight e2 check.
Yeah,
Right.
I like this move.
Knight e2, simplifying. That's okay. Knight takes, and then not taking back the knight, which, by the way, might be winning in
I
this.
think every move
might be
is
winning in this situation.
here,
yeah,
yeah.
but rook b1 is more convincing.
Yeah.
So just promote the queen. Okay, so yeah, more and more results. We have next to this game Adam Kozak, a young international master. He's here, or is he grandmaster?
He's a grandmaster.
He is a
yeah.
grandmaster, yeah, sorry. From Hungary. Won seemingly a very nice attacking game. Just look at the spectacular final position. Like everything falls apart. So queen f6, I guess this simply wins a rook, wins the entire house, as they say.
Yeah. Like I see a lot of games are so close to be
over,
ended.
yeah.
Yeah. Even before the
time control is
yeah.
passed. Yeah.
Oh, I have a very nice suggestion.
Yeah. Tell me.
Let's take a look at the
It's ladies tournament board, like what, board 4 or something, yeah?
Board 8, 12.
Board 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we've seen this, right?
Yeah, we saw this. I think this is the game with c4, right? They moved that we didn't really.
No, this is the game
Oh,
where
Oh no, this king survived so long.
yeah, exactly. I mean, this is what I'm surprised with, that the game is still going.
I thought it was another game.
Because seriously, here, okay, maybe you don't see like the straight up way of winning. Anna, she actually did this, what we've suggested. I gave a couple of checks, captured on e5, queen e5, check on g4, okay, started to invent things, knight c3, queen f7, queen f3, knight d5,
And
rook
then
takes
I
d5.
love this final move, rook d5. So if you take the rook back, then bishop comes on d5
Yeah.
and black controls
Like
everything
all the
on
diagonal, yeah, all the diagonal. And
No
you
way
can't
to...
really stop.
Yeah.
But that's finished, right? Or there
No, it's 20 seconds for white here. White has to make a move. I think we're gonna
refuses
have...
to resign, yeah, basically. Okay, refuses to resign.
Let the time go. Yeah, very often when you play online, you don't know exactly where's the resign button, and you just let the time go. Another white just played rook to f1, in fact, here, and still the game is in progress, but I'm afraid this will not.
It's a rook up
Forever.
for black, right? Okay,
Oh, there's no defensive
that's the
things.
easiest.
Yeah,
That's
I was
the
thinking
easiest.
about queen h1, queen sacrifice, then
Yeah,
to
but
do this.
yeah, you're obviously winning this way. Queen h1, rook e5, you're still rook up. You're
Yeah.
rook up after immediate rook e5, right? But rook d1, it's just checkmate.
Yeah.
Maybe the very next move, unless we count queen g8 check. But this will not happen.
Yeah, next game that we can check it out is board 10.
In the girls section
In
as
the
well.
girls section, very interesting position.
Whoa, still managed to maintain, not only the pieces, but the pawn structure, right? You're close to the time trouble and still a lot of pawns on the board. So what's the material? White is an exchange up for some pawns. Can't tell immediately for one pawn, in fact, but once again,
Can we go
we
just
care?
like 5 moves before? Yeah, somewhere here.
Somewhere
what really
here,
happened?
where it would seem white would have everything under control, and so rook f8, bishop g4, rook f4. It's those in the know. Yeah, rook f4 is a very typical exchange sacrifice in the King's Indian. Like first played. Okay, nowadays it's hard, right? Because half of the games they didn't keep track of and so on. But kind of first highly profile published game was a game of Svetozar Gligoric, famous Yugoslavian back then grandmaster, chess theoretician, and so on and so on. Yeah, so rook f4. But interestingly, the whole point of that sacrifice was that you take with the pawn and you open your King's Indian bishop, which is not even there in the position in our version. It's not even there. The bishop is gone.
But it's still working.
But it still looks like it's a very strong move. Right. So takes, rook takes. It's more of a tactical trick, I see. It would seem. Yeah, because I thought actually queen g5 intermediate, but no, like simply takes.
The problem here for white is that you can't really hold this pawn for long.
And then, yeah, like just knights are just jumping here and there.
Knight h2.
Knight h2 is a nice move, yeah. Attack f3.
If you take, then queen g1 loses the rook.
And yeah, but I don't even know what you do. Yeah.
Yeah, this can be a big upset here in the girls section.
Actually, I just realized that player with the white pieces once again is sort of ELO favorite by 200 points. So that's
yes, and also this Polish player for recent years has been a star in Poland, and she won a couple of tournaments. Her rating increased dramatically, and I think she has been even invited to the national team to represent Poland at the Olympiad. This year Poland has quite young team, and they performed really well, so she is someone that Polish Federation relies on, and yeah, I can see that this is a bit of upset for her to lose this game.
Okay, so she captured on d6. Yeah, basically you're in a time trouble. You just say, oh, okay, all or nothing. Have to go for some tricks. Yeah. But now black probably just wins automatically by giving a check on g3, giving another check, and collecting the rook. It's one of the options. Right. Shall we check something else?
We can go back to the open section on the first board because we do have here
some development, right?
Yeah, some development. I don't see the pawn for
yeah.
black on a5. So
let me see. Yesipenko still there. He tricked his opponent somehow. Won a pawn, it seems. But black. We may say black decided to sacrifice the pawn and to go for, some sort of a counterattack by going h4.
Yeah, by the way, Miro, we just have the more accurate information about Polish player Rudzinska from our Polish team, broadcast team, that Rudzinska is the current women champion, Polish women champion. So that means that she competed in a very strong field with a lot of 2400 players, like Monika Soczko and Karina Sivka and many more. So,
That's an impressive result. Yes, Polish national champion.
Yeah,
right?
woman, not junior or youth champion, but the woman champion. So that's big title indeed to hold, and for this reason she was automatically invited at the Olympiad to represent the country.
Yeah, absolutely. You do invite country champion.
Yeah, you have to. There's no other option.
Okay, so Yespinko's pawn up. Black does have some threats though, like knight g5, queen somewhere like queen h3, or just get the pawn on h3. That's another thing. Like, let's say you don't have time for knight g5. Like white plays bishop e3, let's say, stops knight g5. But even like the fact that black gets the pawn on h3, it's so annoying, right?
It's annoying. The pawn can be very
annoying.
Somewhere,
and then who knows? I mean, and now we have to activate the queen, I mean, to create some threats, right? So,
yeah, we can take the pawn. It will be just a checkmate
after
in two
h3,
moves.
Yeah, you
knight f4, double
really,
check, king
cannot
h4.
really take it. It's a check, king h4.
I'm sure there are like many ways to checkmate this king.
Bishop f6 is checkmate in one, I guess. Yeah. No, this is not the real position, right? Knight b6 was played by Yesipenko, which in a way, yeah, exactly fights against the idea of knight g5, and it was answered with h3 indeed. And this one perhaps is even better variation to illustrate the power of double check, because if you take, you may say the queen is hanging, right? So this cover check should not work. Yeah, but after knight f4, it's a double check, and both the knight and the queen hanging, but you take one piece and your king is still under attack of the other. It was a clumsy explanation of a double check, but hopefully you guys...
Not at all. That's very well.
Got the point, yeah. King f1, and... Yeah, I mean, perhaps this knight b6 move is more to the point than bishop e3. So in case of queen d8 now, white perhaps planning to block the d file with knight d5. So at least keeps the king relatively safe for now. But still, yeah, the h3 pawn is always a factor, right? As long as it is on the board, you always have to worry about some checkmate possibilities, some possibilities of, don't know, even in the endgame, knight getting there, taking h2 pawn, the h3 pawn runs.
I'm right now looking at the clock because we just reached 40 moves in this game, so this means that we have increment of 30 minutes, and it's 1 p.m. here. So the next round starts at 3:30. It means from here two and a half hours,
we will be commentating on the next round. Yeah, that's impressive. That's impressive. Whoever came up with this idea.
They have to change
He's
it.
he's a brave man.
Yes,
I
it's
wanna
quite
say.
tough. Today is a day of survival for everyone.
Absolutely.
For everyone, arbiters as well, players the mostly.
Yeah, and
I'm not talking about
think,
ourselves.
I think we have to confess that there was a secret, plan to maybe not wait till the end of for every game,
Yeah.
and to wrap up the second round a bit earlier. But as long as the top boards are playing, we have no choice but stay on air. We might go for a little break though, but I suggest let's make sure that at least the top boards, they pass the time control, right?
Yeah,
So here we can see both players reach move 40, they will get an increment, the game continues. On the second board, Swane completely winning and couple of moves before move 40, right? So to reach move 40.
Yeah. I like this idea that White put the queen on c file to push
and
the
then
pawn.
pushes the pawn. Yeah, but what's interesting, he couple of times refused to trade the rooks and eventually decided to take and go c6.
Oh, that could be the reason to get extra 2 moves on the score sheet.
So closer to
he's
the
closer.
time control.
Yeah, because he's the one who has less time on the clock, 1 minute on the clock,
absolutely.
so he had to repeat.
So c6, what happens? White threatens to go c7, of course. If you take, white takes back, and then c-pawn will kind of decoy the rook or the queen. Yeah, you'll have to block the c-pawn, and then e5 is a big weakness. a5 is the big weakness. And anyway, this setup with knight being guarded by the pawn and c7 pawn being guarded by the knight, it's like unbreakable.
Right. Yeah, c6 is on the board. Black has really big decision to make now.
No, I mean, he probably should take first,
it,
right? and then has to try to come up with some sort of counterplay.
Yeah, this move, b takes c6, could be played right away to save some time.
But once again, I believe that simply means that we do pass the time control here, right? Move 38. White is, I mean, unless the game somehow finishes immediately.
39, and then he has to make last move, which probably is c7. So White.
Yeah,
can
White certainly makes 40 moves. On pre-moves, pretty much like takes and c7 the very next move. On board,
I can suggest a very nice position, and in the women's section, board 3, also very important game.
Yeah, one of the
board 3
favorites, board 3.
Yeah, this grandmaster from Azerbaijan shows such an incredible technique here to improve, to how to improve the better position. So we can start at the point of 35, let's say.
Move 35.
White decided to play knight e5, activate the knight, target the queen. At this point, g5 has been played.
G6, knight e5.
And Black just took the knight off the board right away.
Honestly, I'm confused because we've seen something. Is it the same game that we remember sacrificing some rook on h2
and then
so
rook h1 checkmate?
Okay, yeah, but a nice exchange sacrifice, of course.
At this point, knight takes h4 would not work here for White because rook takes h4, then there's a pin on g file. So White decided to keep the knight in the center and play knight to f4, queen g5.
Rook c6.
Yeah.
Sort of desperation, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, queen d5, a check here.
And the final blow here, knight to g3.
Knight takes on g3. Yeah, you can't really take it.
No checks as well, and White was also struggling on the clock at this point. This is move 40, though. They got the increment.
Wait a second. So that's the game we have on a camera view as well. So the game, in fact, does continue. It shows that White ran out of time, but that's...
This will be updated soon.
This will be updated soon. White did not lose on time, but White's position is completely lost, right? I think, yeah.
Yeah, you can't really find a move here. Like white for sure gonna take some time to look out for all the moves.
Yeah, like basically, I think you're just coming to terms with yourself. Since you've made it that far to move 40, then yeah, even if you realize your position is lost, but yeah, why not to try to find some resource at least?
We can go right away to the first board because here we might have an upset at the first board. Oh no, sorry, we might have here the result is now black is having great position, and the question is what these two rooks are doing on g file, right?
Yeah, rooks are not doing much, but still the game's going. I don't think it will like finish too quickly.
Here the pawn f4 and pawn h4 are both very weak, so king e7 now
King e7
opens
is a
up the
clever
h-file.
move, yeah, to prepare rook h8. I'm guessing what white has to try to do is just to play h5. Then, if black takes, I'm actually very happy, right? I'll take here and go. Okay, I don't know if I'm happy, but at least I'm getting some sort of counterplay going with f5 and so on. If black tries to play rook h8, then maybe white can follow suit and play rook h3. That's
Bishop
what I would think.
f1.
Yeah, bishop f1 works. Was hoping for this, but that's probably just nonsense, right? I mean, you can move the knight and nothing changes. Yeah, this is important because I started, calculating
to go with bishop g2, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Just started to calculate some complex lines, but you can just go knight f5.
That about 98 even.
Yes,
like that
and
too.
sooner or later you will win one of the rooks for the bishop. Yeah. Yeah. So you're right. Salimova is still kind of in a dominant position, right? Well, white actually found much better idea. Let's at least trade some rooks. Yeah, rook g1.
In fact, I was looking this game earlier with the engine, and instead of king e7, which I really like this move, to be honest, here engine was suggesting rook f1 to hit f4 pawn right away.
Yeah.
So
F1,
and then you also want to play rook c1 next move.
Yeah, doubling the rooks on
Yeah.
the first rank would probably be hard for white to face, but like if I'm trying to
Probably rook c1 here.
So still
yeah.
we are fine trading one rook, because I was once again trying to invent stuff, since the bishop no longer controls d1. Maybe
I love this
maybe
move,
rook
yeah.
d1 is interesting.
Because yeah, basically the knight on d4 can be trapped. Like it doesn't have a good good move.
It actually is trapped, right? I mean, like
you have to play
92, but
now.
then it's
Rook
clearly
c2. That's a full domination.
clearly an improved situation for black. But let's not criticize king e7. I mean, it's a
very
decent
nice
move in
yeah.
in a time trouble, right? So absolutely fair. I'm just saying that it's not necessarily that black is winning. But wait a second. So Salimova is. I'm kind of confused. Salimova is playing with white pieces.
That's what
right?
I started to say. That might be an upset, and I changed my sentence because then for a moment I thought she was with black. I don't know what really happened. Wow.
Yeah, she had black pieces around one, so obviously now she has white, and yeah, so she's in trouble. So well, at least some favorites, Elo favorites, are in trouble. So basically, in the latest tournaments, out of like the very top boards, we have this game, we have game 3, where black is completely winning, as we agreed, and we have board 4, where it looks like white's completely winning. Jana Schneider from Germany against Zofia Gombosch. Once again, it's
probably very close to that name.
Hungarian, right? It's from Hungary, and once again, sometimes Hungarian names are also tricky to
pronounce,
tricky to read and pronounce. Yeah, but anyway, for what I'm 100% sure is that white is completely dominant here. Knight on f5, 2 extra pawns, full control. Okay.
Most of the games are so interesting. And we have to check this out. The rating favorite of the tournament, one of the favorite, Mariam Mikrotician, is having a difficult time today as well. She is playing on the low boards at this point today.
Yeah, she made the draw yesterday.
Yeah, I saw her somewhere.
So she made the draw yesterday, and today she must be around like board 10 or...
I think a little bit lower.
Oh, board 16, yeah. Here she is.
And according to the evil bar, it says that black is here having great position.
That's true, but yeah, like I don't see white winning this game. Yeah, let's be honest. But she might.
But Miro, how about like instead of bishop d1, how about king g6, king g5, king h4, and then try to be very tricky.
Yeah, this is certainly something to consider. I'm actually thinking, how about trading the rooks? It's a little bit counterintuitive, but I guess you just win the a4 pawn like this. No? Anyway, no reason. I mean, white's rook is on b1, black's rook is on d2. I think bishop d2, bishop d1 is decent.
Yeah, so tricky, right?
Wants to take this one. Yeah, I actually like your idea of coming with the king all the way. Yeah, but maybe it's still not too late.
And the funny thing is that white can't really move the king so much. Like, I mean, we were talking about this position when bishop was on f3, so king couldn't go on g.
Yeah, probably king g6, king g5 just wins.
Yeah, on the screen we can see the game on the third board has been just ended, and white just decided to resign in 3 moves after 40 moves increment. So we do have here a woman grandmaster from Azerbaijan scoring her second point.
Second win in a row, yeah.
Yeah.
So the only potential surprise is on board 1.
Board 1.
Right, where position perhaps leveled out. So I don't think white is much worse anymore, but also like winning with white will be quite a challenge. Winning with white will be quite a challenge. So I think in most of the games, if not all the games, then certainly the games on the top board, we've reached the time control, and maybe that's a chance for us to go for, a little break and come back, see what's around, what games are still in progress that we have to concentrate on. Let's not forget in a couple of hours or something. Yeah, 2 hours left. Oh, we will have another round. So don't be.
Don't leave us, please.
Don't leave us, please, guys. Yeah, okay. That's a really challenging day today, Keti. What can I say? Okay, we will be back shortly, and you'll get more of us till today's evening. Okay, welcome back everybody. This break took a bit longer than expected. Anyway, we are back with round 2 of World Juniors from the beautiful island of Sardinia. Right, so quite a few games finished in the leading group, like ladies top 5, top 7 boards, all finished. Number 1 seed, Nurgul Salimova, was held for a draw. So that's a bit of a surprise on the very top board.
Right.
Other than that, favorites kind of keep winning. Right, and it's all open in the open section.
We still have Yasipenko playing.
Yeah,
the
Yasipenko
game.
board 1, once again, well, up for another very long game, it seems. Even though the evaluation bar suggests he's completely winning, but does he know about it? Do we know about it? It's not clear, right? I mean, one thing to have a winning position, the other one is to
win,
actually convert it, yeah. So they've reached the time control, and I think that was the moment we've left it, this game, right? The queen d8, knight d5, knight g5, so black obviously tries to create some counterplay against white's weaknesses. F5, once again, very logical. Tries to open up the position. C4, and black just took the pawn on e4. For some reason, Evgeny doesn't like it. And what could be a reason for that? Maybe queen e6 move, and then white simply picks up the most dangerous pawn. Remember, we were
with the check.
talking that how important this pawn is for black as the source of a counterplay, but also for white to win this pawn would mean that kind of the danger is over, and you can try to convert the extra pawn. But apparently, it's not even the strongest move of the knight e4. So there is something else.
This might sound a bit crazy, but I think knight on e4 is so misplaced, and maybe something like king f3 to attack this knight and then take the pawn on c4.
Yeah, even like this.
It's really crazy.
That's a check from a FIDE actually, and we can't take because all of a sudden we are getting checkmated on f5, right?
Right.
So I also had this idea, but then realized it doesn't really work. Personally, in the game, I mean, if I see that queen e6 wins the pawn, I'm going for it simply because, yeah, without this pawn, at least I'm 100% safe, right? I can no longer kind of lose or something. Well, maybe there is some better move. I don't know. Oh, taking on c5 is probably an option as well. Even though it's a little bit sketchy, right? Even this check might work. I don't know. It actually says that black is winning now. Queen a5, right? Queen a5 hits this, threatens queen a2, queen d2.
Oh, that's scary.
Well, actually, that's the reason why you go queen e6 and win this pawn, because it stops being so annoying. Okay, what else? On board 2, Frederick Swane has won. Remember, this game was exchange sacrifice. Actually, at the very end, white sacrificed a queen for a rook. And knight b6, and a new queen
It's coming up, and you can't really stop. There's no check, and white will end up this position with extra knight, which is completely winning. So
that's good
black
enough,
just resigned.
Good enough to win. On board 3, Mendonca lost his game. Remember?
Yeah, after the pawn on e5.
Blundered the pawn, and then it went on and on to be opposite colored endgame, opposite colored bishop's endgame. But yeah, somehow knight e5, bishop e5, bishop e6, b6, and black called it quits because white threatens b7 simply to promote the pawn. And after bishop c8, well, perhaps b7 wins. This pawn endgame might be winning, but much easier is just to take a second pawn, play b7 on the next move. That will be it.
Nothing can stop b7 here. On the screen, we can see another game has just ended. This is Nicolas Petriashvili and Velimir Ivic. The game ended in a draw in this position.
It's a draw in the end. Some long, well-fought game ended in a rook endgame. right next to them, the game is still going on board 8. Not only it is going, it's a board full of pieces still.
Too many
it's not
pieces.
even an endgame, yeah. Once again, the evaluation suggests that white is completely winning, but who knows why is that? E7, maybe? Just E7 and you win material? No, you don't win material.
What's the move though here?
What's the move? Yeah, that's exactly. You take D7 and
D7.
then you take D2. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And then you go
I'm just
rook
blind.
E5.
Then rook E5 and it's black who's better.
Or
in
king
fact.
F7 also.
Yeah. So that's
But
not
in
the
that
way.
position after... I was thinking about rook to A2 to...
Yeah, he went rook D1, rook A2, and then just collect the A pawn. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to play bishop E4 to chase
Bishop
the rook.
E4 as well. Yeah.
So, and then after rook H5, bishop F3, bishop G4, so this kind of moves can happen. Rook D1 still keeps
Rook D1,
white the edge.
You still have this threat, right? So since your rook is no longer hanging on D2, you do have a threat of going E7 and then trapping the rook, just winning.
Right.
Okay, so Yesipenko played a couple of moves. Indeed, queen E6 followed. Black goes queen A8, check on H3, and probably then you can play king F3. Like give one more check just to have a queen a bit more active on E6, and then after king, wherever it goes, on H7 perhaps, yeah, you just go king F3, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I like that move.
So we hit the knight. Yeah, I mean, engine is
Still
not happy
fun.
because we probably win something faster, but...
There's something like knight F6 or knight C3,
F6,
so the king is pinned.
Yeah, but knight F6 we can actually take another pawn. It looks scary, but black has no moves to create a serious threat of discovered attack. So yeah, it's a matter of time. I mean, unless he blunders badly, I think he's winning, and it's just a matter of time when the game's gonna finish. Yeah. By the way, important service announcement, right? I think originally it was, as we were saying, the next round would start 3:30, but then, yeah, the urgent change in the schedule, and now we are starting 4:30 local time, so 1 hour earlier than usual.
Yeah, that's actually a very practical decision to make.
It's good for us.
It's very good, yeah, for everyone.
I don't know how, say, players, arbiters, how they'll be happy or unhappy with this, but it's certainly good for us because, yeah, we were running sort of never-ending stream. Like, imagine to finish like 3:15, yeah, 3:15, and then 3:30 the next round starts.
Yeah.
So at least this gives us a chance to maybe catch a breather. Well, yeah. So in the open section, up to 10 games, more than 10 games are still in progress. Let me check the girls' tournament. I can see board 8 playing, board 9 playing. Yeah, also quite a few games. So in girls' tournament, for instance, board 8, white is winning. That's almost a study-like position, because white threatens a checkmate. Yes, so 2 rooks against the queen. White threatens a checkmate on H7. You have some checks, but not too many of them, because queen is kind of tied down to the last rank. Yeah, so you can give a check from D8. Let's say white goes to C4, for instance. You can give one more check. Actually, I just blundered something with king C4. So probably not to show off, I'll just play rook D7, I win the queen back for 2 rooks after queen G8, and then I win the resulting pawn endgame. I think that's the real plan.
That's the game over, no chance to survive.
Check, and then just king goes, takes the pawn, and so on. Right, so here, even though technically the game is still in progress, but white is winning. On the next board, here, Lara Schulze with black against Ronit Levitan. What's that? Some rook endgame? which I would assume to be a draw, to be honest. If any side's playing, it's probably black, whose rook is more
rook
active.
is active. Rook is active, and also white has a little bit more weaknesses, like
yeah.
a3, c4, and h4. We can consider the 3 weaknesses, and black can have g6 and c7.
So that's kind of two, yeah. But at the same time, I think to seriously try to play for a win with black, you need an active king. Like imagine king on e5 or f5, then it's absolutely different story, and white is like really fighting for survival. Here, let's say if I'm just shuffling the king to, let's say f3, g3, it's hard to imagine black like winning the pawn. I mean, it probably would be some rook b1 trying to play b5, win d5 pawn, but there's always counterplay against g6,
True.
g6 or c7. So I guess it might last for quite some time, but very likely to finish in a draw. White actually goes king e3 to my surprise, which gives black a chance to go after the h pawn.
So black...
Black can play rook h1. So white's last move was king e3. So now black can play rook h1. And the question, what's black planning?
Yeah, the problem here for white is that when you leave the 4th rank with the rook, then c4 pawn also hangs.
Yeah, c4 pawn is also hanging. Yeah, so king to d7, I would guess, and
rook
probably
e8.
you go here to attack the g6 pawn. But then black takes, right? Rook g8. And you have to play rook g8, otherwise rook g4, right? So rook takes c4, rook g6, and black has rook g4 at the very least. He's not risking anything.
You can trade your h-pawn to g-pawn.
Yeah. This is probably risky, right? Give a check, take a3 is probably a bit risky because, say, rook h6, and then the g-pawns...
you can even give a check first, rook g7.
Yeah, you can give a check, go rook h7, it's probably more precise, yeah. So if any sides risks here, it's actually black, so black shouldn't go after a3 pawn. But yeah, it looks like a white is trying to play for a win, but without, let's say, proper risk control. I'm afraid if anyone is better here, it's black. So king e3 is a little bit overly optimistic move.
There is very interesting situation in one of the games here in the girls section. And maybe we can take a look at that. So this is board 24.
Yeah, let me see.
We have few games.
This is still going somehow. The one the black was winning a long time ago. Board 24. Board 24 is here. Wow. But white's winning. So
white made this fancy queen sacrifice now. Queen to e8.
Nice. Why not?
And the point is that when you play queen to d6 to...
Yeah, if you take, it's obvious checkmate in one. Yeah, queen d6, the rook is protected, but it's still pinned. So white takes on f7.
Beautiful.
Yeah, nice. And a few moves ago, the position was absolutely fine. So black is still in control here.
Actually, black was the one who was trying to checkmate, right?
Yeah, rook c1,
and white was guarding
queen e6, a4, bishop e2, queen d7. Black could have traded, I'm guessing. You might be losing the b6 pawn, but with such a bishop, you should be able to make a draw. And queen h6 is a big mistake. Just blundering rook c8. And then, not only the rook is kind of hanging, but queen f7 is a big threat as well.
Yeah, for instance, if we play g6 here to guard the rook in that way, then queen f7 is a checkmate anyway. And we have queen f7.
And the game has finished, basically. No, it says still in progress, but it's checkmate in a couple of moves. All right. Mariam Mikirchan, this game, remember bishop d1 and so on, it's still in progress. Bishop d1, bishop b5, black still surrounds all the white pieces. Bishop b3.
These two bishops are so strong.
Bishop d1, such a torture. Bishop returns to f3, by the way. And maybe now it's the time to move the king finally. King g6 or start with f5. And
The rook c2, I'm afraid there will be like 2 times repetition of the position at least.
She actually, no, she continues like that.
Now f5.
We did have, no, we didn't. Rook was on d2, yeah? Now f5 and bishop f6. And bishop h4, so she wins the f2 pawn. It's actually a nice maneuver.
So smart.
It's
to play
a nice
f5.
maneuver to find the way to attack the f2 pawn.
Very smart, yes.
f5, this, and takes f2, takes e. I mean, you can just take e3 and the game's over, right?
Right.
Rook goes to the other end, and then
Checkmate
h1.
is on the board. How can you really stop this, right?
Probably king e1, right? So, I mean,
King e1, bishop f1.
You don't really care about your king being checkmated. You have to take this pawn because otherwise you're losing on many different levels, right? And probably it's a checkmate somehow. Like go here, king e1, and bishop d2 at the very least.
Oh.
The very least.
And the
bishop
second
d2.
knight. Yeah.
And also, yeah, the knight. Also, you can win the rook. Yeah, so that's probably just game. So Mariam Mikirchan is not doing that well in this one, right?
Seems like she has quite heavy start of the tournament, but there was such a situation when already now Grandmaster Ahmed Adli started with 2 zeros at the tournament of World Junior Championship. I think 2007, and then he won the competition. And back then, this field was full of the players that we know right now are one of the top grandmasters.
Okay, Yusipenko's game still in progress. Apart from that, board 6 in the open section is in progress. I don't remember what it's. That's this game. Was the past e-pawn. Still winning for white, still full of pieces, still people spent time. Your countryman Nicolosi Kacharava. Let's see how he's performing.
Bishop
around equal
versus knight.
Bishop versus knight, yeah, but black is faster with it probably ends up like all pawns getting eliminated, you know. Black wins the bishop for the knight, for the pawn, and the question will be, is black in time to stop all the pawns?
But I think here black should play king to b7.
You probably have to play king to b7
Yeah.
not to lose the a6 pawn. And yeah, and then white logically perhaps goes b4, right? You do this. And then h4, f2. And then the knight stops the h pawn, and white can play like b5.
The engine is so confused. Like, should I give some advantage to white here? No,
that's probably a draw. Yeah,
engine is a
that's
bit
probably a draw unless
weak in the end games, just a little bit.
Probably a draw. By the way, woman grandmaster Giner, she won her game.
Yeah, this
She
is the
won her game.
second win.
Second win in a row, yeah.
Yeah.
Impressive. Yeah, Igor won. We looked at him.
So far we had no female player winning this competition, World Junior Championship. So I don't know what ambitions she has. Maybe she's looking for the title, and she has 2 out of 2 at this point.
Yeah. But that's interesting. Like with all those, talks, like to have separate tournaments, to have open tournaments. And I remember in gaming community, there were such talks like, okay, it's video games, but at the same time, yeah, like boys stronger than girls, blah, blah, until the moment then Hearthstone World Championship was won by the girl from China, and then they decided, yeah, okay,
Broke
I mean,
down all
it's
these
just, yeah, it's
stereotypes.
obvious. So why not, you know, why not create a precedent and just win this, right? I mean,
Yeah.
she's done 2 out of 2. She's doing better than some men grandmasters, right?
Yeah.
So
True,
why not?
true.
Yeah, of course, it's a hard tournament, 11 rounds and so on. Yeah, we'll see.
Just I think for many girls is especially this kind of competitions, they are sent from the federation and very often they are required to get the medal back from this kind of event.
So you're under pressure.
Yeah,
and then,
so much pressure. You prefer to
and
play in the girls
mostly you
section,
play.
yes.
Yeah, it's always.
If
yeah,
you don't have much pressure as a player from federation, because a lot of scholarships, a lot of coaching sessions are on the
line,
plate.
yeah,
So you don't want to lose it. And I remember that I was playing each year these youth competitions to get the right to play next year to get another medal. Because if I had no medal at the championship, that I had to play Georgian championship, and I was
yeah.
losing all the scholarships. So that's a bit of pressure that every chess players are having when they have this when their preparation depends on federation only.
Yeah, but even later on, like I remember being chess professional, there is a tournament when, let's say, you have to put the money on a line,
Yeah.
this way or another, I don't know, paying entry fee or something, but that's an interesting tournament. Or you can play something when you're kind of guaranteed to get paid, but you've played with these guys many times, and,
Yeah.
you know, and then it's always a question what to choose. So that's pretty normal.
It's preferably it's good to have both of the combination
Absolutely.
of both. Yes.
So, but the point is that while they're young, they should be competing for titles, for like competing with stronger guys. The strongest opposition is the best. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm trying to make sense out of it. So Yosipenko won on h3, and he's still thinking already for like 10 minutes at the very least, maybe more than 10 minutes. So he's I got it. Queen c8 is what he's calculating. Because you can trade the queens and achieve what seems to be a winning endgame. It is winning, but it will take you time, right?
Yeah.
So he's probably looking for some way to win quicker.
Yeah.
If you don't see anything, then you probably go for an exchange, right? Because it should be a winning. You're pawn up in the resulting endgame, and c5 pawn is very weak, right? I mean, all the pieces are better. I think, in fact, it might be.
Yeah, if it's a blitz game, you might make this decision. But this is a classical chess, so it means now they have low time on the clock, but it's 13 seconds increment, so it's not really blitz game. So if you play, look at him, like he was trying to play with the queen, but then he stopped for a bit,
Queen
and
e6,
he played then
Queen
queen e6.
King h7, and what was our second guess? How to win? Like king f3, right? Or king d3.
King d3 is possible
might
as
be.
well, yeah.
King d3 might be even a better solution because it does trap the knight. Knight has nowhere to go, and black will have to go for this, I'm guessing. And then, I don't know, some checks, maybe? So the only question is, do you have a perpetual check? And probably the answer is no, right?
So
Queen g2, king d3,
queen f1.
Queen f1, king c2, and I just block with the bishop next move, right?
Yeah, there's one more check, queen e4, but then king will be safe. Yeah, king c1, king b2.
With king on e4, you can actually go to b2 because the diagonal for this bishop is blocked. Okay, so a bit of calculation, but then you don't have to play this longish endgame. Black, for whatever reason, decided to go to h8, not h7, which gives white perhaps an extra option of taking on g6.
So there will be check, I guess?
Because there'll be check on a2, and I think you can safely go to f3, more or less. The knight's hanging. Yeah. It's important not to take with the king
Yes.
next move because queen c2. Yeah, but you're planning
First you give a check
either
at
to
least.
take with the queen or give a check,
Yeah.
then pick up the knight. So Andrei Yasipenko has heavy start, right? I mean, both games being very long, but anyway, seems like he'll be on 2 out of 2. And as we discussed, I think these ELO favorites especially, they have some pressure on them.
They have huge
yeah,
pressure.
Like,
Yes.
okay, I'm a favorite by such a margin, I have to play every game for a win just to keep the rating and so on.
Yeah.
But once they start, like if imagine this guy wins like 3 games in a row, 4 games in a row, then he's not only the favorite, but the player on perfect score, and it kind of
Yeah.
helps him. So everyone starts to be a bit afraid.
And you also feel very confident that this is
Yeah.
your tournament. So sometimes there are strong players, very strong chess players, the favorite of the event, but it's not their tournament. They are just not in a shape. So that's another thing too that players have to take into consideration. And also, like from the very first round, Yasipenko is not facing easy ones.
Yeah, his opponents are performing better than their rating for sure, right?
Yeah.
I mean, first round opponent, he was rated 2350, and he played well for 5 hours. He was keeping tension and then just made a mistake at the very end. Right. Apart from that, still some games. Okay, let's visit some lower boards because there are still games played there. Like for instance, on board 50, believe it or not, there is still game going on, and nothing is, pardon me, but nothing is clear here. And it's board 50.
Yeah, it's international master we have here, right? But his rating is really low than 2400, which is the standard of the of that title. So I was just wondering to know more details about him.
Right, I'm
Yeah, okay.
checking if there are any like big surprise because we have some players with like really low rating, and for some reason I kind of feel that I want to support them so that they score some points. And,
Yeah.
yeah, like for instance here, a player with white is rated 1269, and it doesn't look like he's planning to lose this game, which is impressive. Imagine making a draw against someone who is 800 points higher than yourself. For me, it would mean to make a draw against Stockfish, probably, which is impossible, I confess, yeah.
Yeah, this is a very interesting rating point.
Yeah, and look, no, but the fact that the guy plays the game for 50 moves,
moves.
it's not like,
it's
sometimes you learn
Yeah.
the line, you make a draw by, using the theoretical line, that's one thing, but he simply keeps fighting for 50 moves already, and it looks like an equal position, this one.
Can you reset for your rating or something?
Yeah, how much do you...
to reset it.
Yeah, how much do you get for making a draw against someone who is 800 points higher rated?
Oh, no.
It's quite a lot, must be.
Yeah.
All right, so looking for other curious... Who was the lowest seed grandmaster? Grandmaster on the lowest table today? Not clear, right? We had someone who lost in round 1, yeah?
Yeah, we definitely had.
Mohammed Muradli from
Azerbaijan, yes.
Yeah, but he won today quite convincingly. Like 21 move or so. All right, so logically second round, approaches its end. Right, we will check once again what goes on in the ladies section. Everything is finished up to board 7. On board 8.
Wow.
Board 8, white's completely winning. White's simply promotes I don't know why this game is in progress, for example. Because it's queen next move. And I believe they know how to win with an extra queen, right? Here... this rook endgame might go for a while. This rook endgame might go for a while. But what I wanted to say, since we have one more round to comment, right? Maybe we wait for Yosipenko to finish his game officially and call it.
Yeah.
Wanted to say call it a day. It's not really a day because the next round starts very, very soon.
Half day.
But kind of to let it go. Right. Look, we guessed correctly. So after King H8, Yosipenko indeed. No, wait. We did not guess correctly. He went King D3 after King H8, but that was also working for us. Yeah. To take it and then to run away somehow.
Yeah. We found a way to run away.
Maybe other checks. Maybe check from B1 first, and then but then the king will run here. Then the king will run here. Queen D1. I can actually go to F2. Yeah, it is winning. It is winning. It'll take some time, but.
Yeah, I was just checking some of the information about the players that we don't know much about, and I have to admit that some of them are truly mysterious because we don't have much of the games and we don't have much of the information. So I really wish that we have some kind of base where all this information goes there, and at least we know where the players, how the players got their titles and which tournaments they got the titles. So. Yeah, for now there are still a lot of players that we don't know much about.
Wait a sec, is it still in progress?
Yeah, it is.
I was confused because we have two players. If I didn't confuse anything, we have Kozak Adam from Hungary, I guess, and we have Antoni Kozak from, what's that, is it?
Poland.
Poland, yeah. So Polish Kozak is still playing. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm looking at the games which are still in progress. I remember this Adam Kozak won a long time ago, and then all of a sudden, okay, that's a game. But that's the guy from
Cousin Kozak.
Yeah.
Okay, in fact, I made a little research and investigation here.
Yeah, tell me.
The player from Kazakhstan, international master Aldiyar Ansat, who has now the rating 2200. We asked the question how he got the title.
How do you get the title?
Yeah, in fact, in October 2021, his peak rating was 2408.
And
so
he got the title,
yeah.
But then perhaps was not playing.
Then he let it go and his rating dropped all the way down to 22 plus.
Yeah. And his game is still in progress, by the way. Yeah, that's the one on board 50 that we kept looking at. All right. I think we can officially say that we're waiting for this game that at our screen to finish. Andrei Yosipenko apparently wins. And then we'll wrap up this broadcast and wait for another one, which is like in 2 hours from now.
Yeah, if Yosipenko knows how much pressure is on him right now to end the game.
He probably does, right? Wait a second, what's going on? Hang on, if this King D3 and does E4 change something? Because Queen cannot take, right? All of a sudden Queen B1 and it's Black who wins.
Oh no.
Okay, so E4, how do I avoid being...
Yeah, King C2.
King C2, now this check I simply
Bishop
block,
D2.
right? And if I back to A1, You just say it's one check. Yeah, I'm not scared. I'm probably taking the pawn now.
Now,
right?
yeah.
So it's one check. You go to d1. Okay, it's more than one check, but already all the white pieces are defending the king.
Yeah, and the king has a perfect square like g2 to be covered by the bishop later on.
Right. He does win. King d3, and it's just just a matter of time. Yeah, you can give this check, but then it's bishop to d2, and then maybe here you can try e4. Getting confused. Yeah, if you try e4 here.
So the point is, after queen e4, there's queen b1 still, and when king goes on e3, now you can play...
Yeah, you have bishop d4, that's what I thought.
Yeah, bishop d4,
it's
or bishop h6.
Bishop h6, knight f4, he blocks, and then, I mean, too many extra pawns, and like this you go to f4, yeah, g5, you go to f5, and then the king hides, yeah. So still, doesn't matter how we try, still winning for white, no matter what. Okay, I can officially say that there'll be one of the hardest days in my commentator's career. Look, 2 rounds a day. Yeah. Okay. We've done many more rounds with you in World Rapid and Blitz, right? Especially in Blitz, but yeah, but it's not the same. But it's not the same, of course. Yeah, it's of course not the same. What was it? 2011. Yeah, 18, 17,
yeah, 18.
17, I'm not sure. No,
Can be 17.
Maybe earlier.
Can be 17.
Wait, in 2020 we didn't have, we had COVID. 19 it was Moscow, 18 it was St. Petersburg.
Yeah, it was a
and
year.
17
that was when I started
it was
to
Riyadh.
do chess commentary. I didn't do any of the early years. Yeah, that was a very nice event. We had a lot of games every day, like not only 11 rounds in a day, but very long tournament indeed.
So Black's down to his one last minute. And yeah, once again, I mean, that's the problem for us to live through the games when we see this evaluation bar. So we basically know there is no perpetual check. But imagine you are playing and maybe you were pinning some hopes to this position. Maybe now you're like kind of desperately looking, okay, that there must be something.
Absolutely. You should not resign here in this position because still so many checks, still accuracy has to be is required here, and we saw some of the lines where White's king ended up to be checkmated or White was losing the queen. So
we'll probably go bishop d2 here. Yeah. Then whenever we have a chance to block with the knight, we block with the knight. Like for instance, queen b3, knight c3 stops all the black counterplay.
Bishop d2, Esipenko has just played.
Check on d1, bishop d2 is on the board.
Right.
So black slowly but surely runs out of checks. E4 was something that I've tried, but then it turns out still it doesn't work.
If queen b1 right away, then king goes on e2,
I think,
e4,
we go
knight
to
e3.
e2, and once again knight e3 will stop all the counterplaying. By the way, do we have... no, still the games are going, so we don't have... wanted to say the cross table after 2 rounds, because for the ladies tournament, it's
very interesting position in girls on the board 8.
Board 8.
Here we have queen versus pawn.
But what's interesting, I mean, it's completely winning, no?
Yeah, it is so lost in this position, and here what White can do is either to bring the king close or just to get the h5 pawn and then give it back.
Yes. So she's performing this staircase.
Stairs, yes, very nice.
Staircase. So basically king goes here and White pins the pawn.
Yeah.
Actually, black is not doing it right. Black has to go to h1.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody's going to take on, of course, yeah, nobody's going to take on g3, but yeah, but kind of going to h1 is kind of nice trick,
We have
right?
to try this one rather than
And
to
then
wait.
queen g3 is
Stalemate.
it's a stalemate. Yeah, but okay, let's
Yeah,
illustrate.
queen
So
d1.
that's a
Yeah.
stalemate, but queen d1, take on h5, then just trade this pawn for a queen, promote
And then
another
give,
queen.
yeah. You have to queen d6 now. Black resigned here in this
Yeah,
position.
so that's deal done. Boot 9 still in progress. This never-ending rook endgame, where black actually gotten somewhere. So we were right criticizing white for being too optimistic as well, actually.
I'm thinking about to get this to push the pawn now, like h4, h3, for instance. Or another way to purchase this position can be rook e8, rook a8, rook h8 to bring this rook on the back of the h-pawn.
Yeah, rook behind the passed pawn. It's white to move, but still I'm not sure if it helps. Well, rook b8 urgently. I think that's what you have to do. Rook b8 urgently, planning for rook h8, but might be still not enough. So black might win this game, even though it looked absolutely harmless. Right.
And the next board game, this is still in progress, which is amazing.
Yeah. So many checks. Look, I don't know what's going on here, but it seems like if we just look, how many moves? From move 30, or is it 50, 56 to move 70. It took black that many moves to run away from all those checks. And queen e5, and it's still... Is it still tricky? I mean, you can probably just take on c6 now, right?
Yeah, just to get rid of this pawn and then...
Yeah, you'll have to survive another round of checks, but that is it. Yeah.
But then also you tried queen b6, knight c7, checkmate.
Yeah. And it's, white's king is not yet stalemated, so this is also important, because yeah, you don't want to stalemate the king, because it will be easy for white to get rid of the queen. Yeah, okay, so this is like, let's call it a bit unnecessary to continue from this position. Black's completely winning. And back to Yosipenko's game, where I think it must be over. Oh, not really.
Not
Queen
yet.
d1.
We still see them on the board.
Wait a second. Queen d1, kind of a quiet move. Was there?
Oh, we have a bit different position. We're gonna...
Bishop c3. That's nice. Bishop c3, queen c1, and you know what we play? We play queen e3, of course.
Wow.
Yeah. Just to show off. It's not needed, but it's a nice move.
Nice.
It's a nice move. Queen e3, and yeah, the bishop on d4 is pinned, so...
I still see a checkmate here for black.
Takes,
queen f1.
Takes, and we'll win, right?
Yeah, but instead of this, queen f1 check.
Queen f1 check, and if we continue showing
or king
off,
e4,
actually I have to play queen f3, right?
Yeah.
Because if I go here, it's queen f5 and queen h5.
h5 right away.
Yes.
And if you go king to e4, there's queen f5.
Queen f5 immediately
in one move.
So maybe then just don't play this stupid queen e3, but just go here, right? And then when black takes, you don't actually need to exchange the bishop. You just take g6 pawn. But once again, he prolongs it unnecessarily, I think.
Oh, are they just... Okay, I thought... I thought they were analyzing the games, but
No,
in
no,
fact,
no.
he played the move.
He's also on seconds. So he
Oh.
did go queen e3, the move that I've suggested. He actually did go, so he returned the piece back, but of course it's completely winning.
Yeah, that's the position. He don't risk anything. Extra 2 pawns, king in the center. Weaknesses for black. 10 seconds on the clock according to our
No,
clock,
but I
he has
think
more.
our board is a little bit behind right now, so we are not receiving all the moves on time. So it kind of lags a little bit. Because what has happened essentially was this, queen e3, knight e3, right? Bishop takes, king e4, wait a second, bishop takes, king e4, bishop to d4, and then b4 wins immediately.
Right.
b4 just wins immediately, because if you take, white can simply take back.
I think we have this position right now, before on the board.
Before he's on the board, then I believe this will be the last move in this game. But I wonder why the board's not updating. So maybe it is possible, you know, just tiny move of this cable thing, and all of a sudden the board loses connection. Before now, black decided to play on, but what's I'm sorry, what's the point? If the pawn is already like on b5, it's not a lot you can do. So it's this, bishop goes, b4, black played king g7, b5, come on.
b6 is already on the board.
b6,
Bishop a5.
bishop a5, and knight d5 will force black to even capture on b6.
We have
this is it.
this move.
This is it. Okay, so
Yeah, before we call it a day, can we check the game of another players here? Yaniv Yuval and Gurel Edis. That's a very, very nice end game, and we can end this round with this position. I can tell
board
you which
24,
board.
right? Board 24.
Yes. So here we have this position, usually with without c pawn. It's so easy to win this. We just need to deliver the bridge technique here.
That's the funny part, because yeah, what you actually do, you do not protect the c pawn.
Yeah, I don't want this pawn.
You actually go to e8. I mean, he's getting there anyway,
Yeah.
and he'll realize later. Yeah, so you put the pawn on e7, and then you actually go to d2 and get rid of your pawn, and then return, right?
Right.
Rook g4.
Now he's
And
already
now,
on
yeah,
the fourth
now
rank, and
it's-
here, this is, guys, the bridge, the technique of the
building,
bridge.
yeah, building the bridge. So you go where? Over there,
e5 and rook e4 then.
and then rook c5, rook e5 is a threat. Yeah, now you go rook c5. And if black would continue checking, then king goes to e5, and after one more check, rook e4, you use this. Yeah, so it's important to know that you put the rook on a
Fourth
on
rank,
a fourth rank. Then you can figure it out from there. All right.
Yeah, rook c5 has been played
c5
here, so
played,
it's
and
pretty much game over for black.
Should be the last move in this game. All right, so let's try to wrap it up. So what do we have on the top boards in the open section? All the favorites win, right?
All the
Yes,
white pieces
Penka.
win here.
Oh, with white pieces, but also no. What favorites? Mendonca was a low favorite, but he
Right.
lost. Yeah, he
And,
lost to his teammate in the
Girls
girls
section. We have first
first draw
sports
for
draw.
Salimova, which we're not sure happening at all, right? I mean, she seems to be one of who's
of the
capable of
favorites, yes.
winning a lot of games.
And
in a row.
earlier today we said that they almost have the same rank because there was some yellow Rongello here on the board, but in the end of the round, it turned out that they made a draw.
Yeah. On board 2, Kamali Denova has won with black, and so did Govhar Bedalaiva.
Yeah, beautiful game by Gavhar here. It was nicely played with black pieces. So that was the round 2. Still some really few games in progress, but we're going to take this opportunity to take a break right now.
And we will
get some energy.
Yeah, we will return in 2 hours with round 3. Yeah. Sorry for that, but yeah, that's a really, really long day in the office, and yeah, at least we know the results on the very high boards, and before round 3, we can update on what happened in round 2. And
absolutely.
maybe there were some masterpiece games that we've missed. And obviously, there were some, and yeah. We'll be back in a couple of hours, guys. Stay tuned, and thanks for watching.